Monday, July 20th, 7:51 a.m. Eastern Time. Left the house about 20 minutes ago, and I am on the way. First stop, and second stop, and third stop will be gas stations, rest stops, stuff like that. Final destination for today is Newport, Kentucky. Get a hotel, relax, sleep, watch some YouTube, and then in the morning, customer visit. Hopefully only be there a couple hours, and then back on the road and on the way to Waukegan, Illinois. Get a hotel Tuesday night, relax, watch some YouTube. Then customer visit Wednesday morning. That'll probably be a full day or half a day. I don't think I'll get on the road and get out of town. I think I'll stay another night, then leave Thursday, head down to Nashville. I think I can get to Nashville by Thursday night. Customer visit Friday. Then start making my way back home. Pit stop in Radford, Virginia. Maybe, but most likely. That might be an enjoyable visit. Depending on when I get there. That's not a business location. That's a house/family compound on multiple acres. Decided to get over in front of me, and I wanted to go around you. Oh well. Lake still looks pretty low. Where are all these people going? am streaming only on Starlink. I wonder if it's actually working. Let's go open up the YouTube app on the phone. Yeah, says I'm live. That's good. The live control panel doesn't say how I'm connected or anything. I don't think that's a big deal. Maybe it's kind of good that I don't actually see it, so I don't get like, oh, warning, not receiving enough data, or blah 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 blah. Five miles to Pittsburgh, 22 miles to Siler City. Siler City is where I jump on 421, head north into Winston-Salem. That takes me out 74 and 52 until I hit 77 near Mount Airy. That takes me all the way up into Virginia. I think I stay on 77 into West Virginia. And then from West Virginia, I think I hit 64, go west for a little bit into Kentucky, or it might be Ohio. It's a little confusing right there. Might be both. And then jump off the interstate and head into Newport. Wonder if there's an Old Port, Kentucky. Ha ha ha. A lot of places named Newport. Got Newport Beach, Newport, Rhode Island, Newport, Kentucky. Probably a whole bunch of other Newports in other states. I just don't know what they are. actually, when I come out of Nashville, I'm gonna try to see a old friend of mine out in Crossville, Tennessee. Well, I think it's time for a podcast. Yeah, I think it's going to be Gold, Goats, and Guns. I like that podcast.
It's the dog days of summer. Long walks, sunny day from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. Variety is the spice of life. It is also the spice of siding and the spice of windows. A lot of different.
Yeah, I know I'm spitting off a lot of options here, but that's what we're here for, to come out and make this a lot simpler. So we'll come out and measure your house, talk about siding and windows, and give you prices on all things the day of.
800-672-4348, aluminumcompany.com. All sorts of styles and options for windows and siding and more.
For July 16th, 2026. My name is Tom Longo. We will not talk about it. It is episode 252, and I have great pleasure of having first-time guest on the podcast. His name is Matt Guines. I met Matt for the first time in Calgary in March with a Cornerstone. We had a great series of conversations. Turns out Matt was a patron and many other things. And one of the most interesting people that I've met in the last year. Because Matt knows things about things that I don't know anything about, namely bonds. I only love as a bond guy, but Matt, that's what he does for a living. He runs a podcast called Mind, Print, Cash, which if you're a bond and currency geek like I am, it's fantastic. So Matt, welcome to this show. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Tom. Great to be here.
Excellent. So we're going to get geeky today because that's what I like about having my talk with you. We've had a couple of us on Tommy's podcast. We did one the other day with Vince Launchy. I got to introduce you to my brother from another mother, Vince Launchy, and it was a great time. It was a good talk. I wish it had gone a little longer, but it is what it is. So today, we have a lot of stuff going on. In about 2 hours, I think Donald Trump is going to make his big announcement about something, and everybody's speculating the 2020 election. I don't really care about that right now because we've got a situation brewing in the capital markets. You and I both have been looking at. I think it's very interesting. So I'm going to leave an open-ended question to you, which is, you know what I think because I know you follow what I talk about on a regular basis. I want you to tell me what it is that you're seeing that I'm missing. What's out there that we're not really looking at? And let's start. I don't care if we say this is in bonds or currencies or.
All right, so there's a massive amount of interconnectedness, and it gets to a whole. And I think let's just lay the groundwork first on what everybody should agree on as facts, and then you get into the challenge of markets, which is who's going to win the tug of war. Which, in the gold, guns, and guns framework, it's the sovereigntists versus TFP, right? All right, so we know Epic Fury, what it's doing. I think it's abstract, but you're locking it in with people. What's going on is, what's going on Venezuela, Iran, Persian Gulf, etc. Coming soon to Greenland, the Arctic Sea routes, etc. Cuba, Mexico. Rewiring of the sources of commodity production and which capital market sphere kind of owns that book of business or owns those relationships. So it's like open heart surgery on the global economy, global trade franchise, all of that stuff in motion. All right, so you start with. If we go back and we tell the story of 2026, where would you start the story with Maduro, Venezuela? That was relatively clean, straightforward. It was like a one-shot, kill if you're playing Halo or something like that. Very easy. Then we go to Davos. You get the just the deer in the headlights panic from Christine Lagarde, everybody there, and they realize it's oh, it's on. What are we going to do about this, right? And you started seeing kind of those drips in the headlines where they've acknowledged, they know there's some big repricing coming in global debt markets and currencies. And you saw it in their papers, their releases, ECB, European Council, all that. They acknowledge it. There's this dislocation, disruption, it's coming, right? And so that's still down the road, but they're basically man, this is a terrible analogy, but it's I could go so many ways and make this worse. But let's say I was a high school athlete and you're playing the #1 team in the state. You're like, oh, we're good, but we're not that good. It's yeah, we're gonna get our asses kicked here.
You can see that how quickly they've moved on things like the digital euro, haphazardly moved on to digital euro, moved on all these things that they kept trying to want to put off in the future because they really did think that other geopolitical timelines would still be in their favor, and then Trump with the big moves on Venezuela, Iran, other things really have compressed their timelines because those geopolitical events are putting pressure on their bond and currency markets.
So then you get into the drawn out, we're just gonna stall this out mode. You see what's going on post Epic Fury. The butt kicking has already happened. We moved it into the business development negotiation stage. Kind of going, kind of not. You just see that today the headline was IRGC calls on the Houthis to close the bomb open downstream. It's you think the Houthis are gonna save you here?
Yeah, no, seriously, which is funny. Okay, they're going to shoot their one.
Yeah.
And then they're going to look to you, Tehran, for resupply. And you're going to be like, but I thought we gave you 5,000 missiles. Yeah, well, we sold half of those because we had to eat. Because we're poor and we live in Yemen.
And so you just see this stretch it out game, right? But we started in June with the ECB hiking. That's in my framework, what you're trying to do here in central bank land, you've already seen your economy, growth is slowing. You're seeing your oil access, as we're talking about all these, commodity supply demand relationships getting rewired. It's open heart surgery on the global economy. And they now know there's going to be a new middleman, as their energy resources, instead of going through the Persian Gulf, making their way through the Suez or around Africa, whatever, coming into the north of Europe. Now they're going to go overland, over pipelines, through Haifa, through the Eastern Med, and work their way from south to north. And it's just a giant oh crap type of moment if you're in Brussels or Frankfurt, etc. So your goal here is let's try to stave this off, draw this out as long as possible. This is how I read it, like how they're playing the game. And in the meantime, then what you have to do in the money markets or the fixed income market, when I say money markets, it's just the front end of your overnight to like maybe 28 days or like 4 weeks type of short-term time frames, but everything further out on the yield curve is really taking its cues from the front end, from the money markets. All right. So what do you do in that scenario? Well, there's no demand for credit expansion, new money creation, all of that, because there's no growth in your economy. And now you're going to have to pay another middleman tax to access the input commodities at the base layer of your economy. So now the check's been passed to you, and you now have to start hiking rates. So Japan's been in the hike cycle for what now, 3 years? Like ever since they started normalizing with, at the end of the
they started with the widening of the band at the 10-year JGB range in December of 2022.
And then who was, gosh, the guy before you? I already forget who it is. Hirota. Yeah. Did that start at the end of his term? Yeah.
It did started with Hirota, and then he widened the band from 0.1% to 0.25%. He actually widened the band from 5%, upwards to the 0.5% difference before turning the keys over to. So, yeah. This is something I know really well. I know every twist and turn of it because I think it's really, really important.
Okay. Oh, absolutely. And so, basically, Japan's been in the hike cycle, but it's, I don't know, the equivalent of if you're thinking about how steep it is, right? It's like one of those beaches in Mexico or whatever on the Yucatan Peninsula.
What I would say is, I live in the mountains now. That's a 2% grade when they should be going like what Powell did with a 9% grade.
Yeah, exactly.
And they probably should have gone at a 4% grade, but they've done what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was gonna say one of those beaches in Mexico where you just walk out half a mile and it's like I'm still knees deep.
Or even worse, you walk up the quarter-mile wide beach and you've only gone up, your altimeter's only going a foot and a half.
So now ECB is they're already hiking. That is a direct result of Epic Fury, which is downstream of all those other things, Maduro, Davos, all of that. So ECB is hiking.
Tariffs.
Tariffs. Yeah, thanks. Futures. Overnight index swaps, all of that, they're showing more hikes, right? And then now you get into the rest of the yield curve. Why are you doing this? Downstream, you want to ultimately keep a lid on your long-term borrowing costs on the long end, and this is kind of what everybody's trying to do as we're basically 70 years into this monetary experiment. Unfettered credit expansion, all of that. Everybody's got too much debt, not enough, actual economic production collateral to make good on that. So no one wants to see their long end rates rise, right? What's actually happening here? The ECB hiking at the front end is actually an effort to bear flat. You're right, to suppress the long end rates, which buys you time, right? And that's something they know they don't have.
Just to make sure that everybody who's not a bond geek understands. I know what a fair flattener is. You're bringing the short end of the yield curve up, so a little closer to long-term rates. In fact, you're trying to flatten the yield curve, if not invert it completely, by having long-term rates be lower than short-term rates, which is what Powell did when he raised so very, very quickly in 2022 and 2024.
Your other data points. How do you kind of triangulate that this is happening? Well, you saw the German bond auction last week, which was I don't know if you could say it was a complete disaster. Could it have gone worse? Yes, but it's hard to imagine it going that much worse.
For what would be the safe haven economy of and bond market of all of the continent of Europe, I would consider a failed bond auction.
Welcome
where they
to
offered
Siler
$6 billion,
City.
got bids for 3.9 billion, and sold them at 9 basis points below what they offered them for. I consider that a failed auction, especially considering that they had almost $4 billion worth of rollover happening at the time. So they netted no actual balance sheet capacity for the German legislature, who's already running a deficit.
It was
That would
very
be bad.
Yeah, that's right. And just to put it in context for the listeners, that roughly 4 billion euro mark that was raised in the 10-year, the U.S. 10-year auction.
The car in front of me, I think it's a Toyota. He's dragging something under his driver's side front tire. Almost looks like something stuck to the underside frickin' skid plate. Not really a skid plate, but the cover they put under cars now for oil and whatnot. Or something stuck to it and just dragging. Whatever. As long as it doesn't come flying off and smack me in the windshield.
Sorry, like $40 billion. Right. 10x the capacity. Everybody's, I mean, if we went on any other podcast in the financial space, I'm sure they're going to tell you the U.S. Treasury, it's a disaster, blah, blah, blah. Going to hell in a handbasket. It's like, guys, we have 10x their capacity, and we've been playing with our hands tied behind our back since, the Woodrow Wilson administration. Like
Only geeks like us laugh about stuff like this. Everybody else is like, what are they talking about? But no, it's just funny. Like when you finally learn how all this stuff really works, you then start to really laugh at all these monetary and shamans up on wear expensive clothes and look all prim and proper and talk hilariously. You're like, you guys are just freaking charlatans. You might as well be David Copperfield with the with the 3-section box and chopping up your assistant. Like, you people are not impressive once you understand what it is they're actually doing.
But they can quote Shakespeare, begin an investment letter with a nice recall from something they learned.
It's all lovely spells.
All right, so that pressure that the euro has created, and like you think about the Frankfurt, the currency markets, right? You talk about that a lot as well. Market reports. You got 3 big ones: U.S., Euro, Japanese yen. Or currently, they call them the G3, right? Those would be your largest capacity. British pound, not really as much action there as you think.
Liquidity token.
Exactly. And you've got the EM upstarts, and this is where what Vince is covering with gold, what's going on in China, all of that, Southeast Asian currencies. That's kind of the emergence set of options, and kind of the way I think about it. But that pressure on the front end that the ECB has been forced into by everything the 47th administration has executed on, push the action in the first half of 2026. ECB now in the euro, I know they suck as a currency, right? Everybody agrees the euro is, I don't know, how should we put this nicely? Like,
dog shit?
Yeah. Yeah. An imposter, I think you've made a call, as like a global reserve currency asset.
Right. Yeah, that's another good one. But I always just say that, when you don't have an integrated bond market, you're not a real currency. This is a point that Martin Armstrong taught me 15 years ago, and I spent 3 years resisting, and then I finally and then I started learning and stopped being an adolescent, a retard, and I started learning actually how things actually work. So credit to Marty, we're credit.
So that tightening that the ECB is running now at the front end of the yield curve, that is pulling liquidity in the money markets. And that force, I know we talk about the euro, as bad as it is, it's still one of the G3, right? It's a big pool. So that tightness is causing like its spillover everywhere else. And that's really
Somebody's going to get rolled.
I don't know who are the names out there calling for the Fed to hike right now. I don't know.
Well, it would be everybody who wants the United States to like commit ritualistic suicide. So I guess it would be everybody.
It makes no sense in my belief in this framework. What's going on? Like why we've written out the CPI inflationary impulse that that weak spike in WTI post theory, which as big as the Strait of Hormuz action disruption. Yeah, because I don't want to say closed.
Move over, fucktard.
Closed up or whatever.
40 years straight.
It's that guy that blew by me.
Supposed to be like the worst thing that could ever happen. If you're listening to the strategists from full track and banks who come in and talk to bond managers like me, that was the one thing that's like we never want to see this happen. Well, it did happen, and WTI didn't even let alone break the all-time high price of like summer 2008, but didn't break the June 2022 post Russia-Ukraine escalation. Yeah, so we're supposed to believe that the U.S. now needs to hike into the rollover has it looks like it's occurred. Now maybe I'm wrong on that, and if you're thinking of a typical 5-wave technical analysis move, we've seen one up. Now we're in the retracement. Now what oil's going to break higher? That's not. I don't know. I'll believe it when the chart action tells me that's what's happening. But right now, it doesn't look like that's the case. There is maybe in refining capacity with refined products, everything that's been manufactured there. But from your CPI inflationary standpoint, and specifically the U.S. economy, it doesn't make sense to me right now why we should be hiking just because the euro has the gun to its head and needs to hike rates.
And I'll believe it, Matt. You know that I subscribe to this because I look at it every month, which is that if I saw the gasoline futures curve in the United States in backwardation, I would be worried. But I'm not. I'm looking at a forward curve that by December of this year is going to be trading 80 cents lower than it currently is right now, which is trading far higher than it probably should. But again, that may be part of the reason why it's sitting here in the 330s, for example, could be because of this refining capacity problem that we're beginning to run into because Russian Ukraine bombing those refineries. Well, then that puts upward pressure on gasoline prices globally, but not domestically. So if you want my honest opinion, and I know everybody will be shocked to hear that I think that fucking asshole London traders are bidding up the price of gasoline since in many ways BP has a huge business in the United States, especially in and around the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, because BP is one of the 3 largest employers in the state of Indiana right next door. We could go on and on and on. And that California is shutting down refineries on purpose in order to destroy the country, blah, 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 blah. So a lot of this is smoke and mirrors, but yes, we need more refining capacity. And if I'm Donald Trump, I'm looking at the thing going, hey, why don't we burn new refineries? Why don't we turn lemons into lemonade? Which is that we need more refining capacity anyway in different parts of the country.
So if you're thinking about, all right, there's this big monetary transition in front of us. I think the German boom, the 10-year, that there is no capacity, right? Think about it as like it's a resource war of attrition, and you're saying, all right, Europe is running out of long-term capital. Is kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
U.S. It's like, we have our problems.
I think we have the capacity to absorb the selling of foreign central bank holdings of our 10-year, our 30-year, our 20-year, our 7-year debt if they need to defend their currencies. And I think our capital markets will buy them. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think that's been going on for the last 3 months because the 30-year can't seem to, sustain 5%. in this market.
It's challenged it a couple of times. And if I'm looking at this, whatever the technicals, it's like, yeah, there might be this period here, starting 2026, going maybe. These things can draw out a long time, right? What the yield curve shows, today might ultimately take several quarters to ultimately manifest itself.
That's a good point.
So the thing you're seeing with the silver futures here, like we're following the silver strip, you see the selling. What that's coming from is, there's so much SOFR linked credit out there. All of the private credit is going to be SOFR indexed, paying massive, like pretty fat spreads. So if you're sitting on that debt as a financial intermediary, say, hey, I can't make my books balance here if SOFR rates rise. So to hedge, I'm going to start selling SOFR futures. So I know my books don't, I don't have a equity implosion. If short-term rates do rise in the U.S., ultimately, if they have to.
Yeah, so just to make this is the thing that I only think I barely understand it. I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm sure the rest of the audience probably won't as well. Which is that the SOFR strip, which first off, let's start there, which is that's SOFR futures contracts. That's the band for dollars at a certain rate, 6 months to about 3 years from now. So that's kind of what I look, and I look at that every Wednesday, every Sunday on the market, of course, which is what Matt was talking about earlier. But if you're a guy who needs who's lent against SOFR in 6 months from now, you may be selling shorts, you're sort of selling puts against, correct me if I'm wrong, here's what I'm getting at, that you'd be selling puts against SOFR at higher interest rates longer out on the yield curve longer out in time in order to balance your books. Is that what you're saying, or am I wrong about that?
So think about post 2008 era. We had all this. Private equity was already running. Like Mitt Romney was doing his thing in the 80s,
right?
And then everybody else came in and followed him, and then we just jacked it up to, these dials go to 11.
Right.
In the 2010s, and then post-COVID, 2020 and 2021 especially, right? So what the private equity shops were doing, and private credit, same thing. You go out and acquire companies, and it just gets more and more ridiculous. Like your kid's dentist office might be on that private equity shop.
No, the latest one is, I think, bowling alleys, but
bowling alleys, yeah, whole growth market. Very innovative. But when you go out and buy them, let's say you turn those things up, like the acquisitions are 5, 10, they crank them up to 15 times EBITDA. Yeah, exactly.
And then they sell debt against it.
Yeah, and then when you have no room, let's say your interest coverage ratio is so low, there's a lot of 3s, 2s, there's a lot of businesses running by the skin of their teeth on that interest coverage ratio. Let's say your benchmark rate SOFR here does rise. Well, now your cost of debt service just it rose a 25 basis.
So you're running a business that's throwing off 3% cash flow. You're leveraged to the tip because the private equity guys extracted all the cash and saddled you with a bunch of debt. And now SOFR's at 4.5%, and you're like, I'm upside down by 1.5. My business is going to go plump. So is that what you're basically saying?
So then to hedge that, it's we can't take much water here before this investment sinks. So what do? We got to go short SOFR futures. So they're getting ready for that. What I view that as SOFR futures, it could be some, Bank of England or Bank of Mark Carney coming in to direct something, try to get the U.S. to follow suit, hike rates. But I think a lot of it is just internal, just all that leverage that's been built up post 2010.
That's a good angle on that. Yeah, wouldn't you love to watch our money markets be made more and more vulnerable because assholes like Mitt Romney have to buy yet another bowling alley, or riding range or whatever, because they need to make some silly amount of money to cover what they did to Joanne Fabric or Toys R Us or what. There's 100 different companies that they've done this to.
My favorite is like doctor's offices where there's no doctor to replace them. Like my in-laws are, my father-in-law came from a gastroenterology group up here in Puget Sound. They got acquired. I can't remember by who. It was one of those transactions. Lazard ran it.
They're doing it to HVAC companies. This is the thing that really bothers me. Oh, the HVAC companies, electrical groups, like, they're buying all these companies up and destroying them. And they're jacking up the prices. I can tell you, it's like trying to get like a mini split air conditioner cleaned and serviced down in Florida right now. It's like by the time you get done, like they jacked it for $1,000. I'm like, dude, I can replace the whole register for $1,000. What are we talking about here?
Yeah. And in our case, there's no next generation of GIs to hand off the firm to. So it just ends up like there were a lot of capitalists who bought businesses with like, I just need to go acquire some cash flows, not thinking about, how the sausage actually gets made. All right. So that whole, why
that's another side of this entire. But that's part of the story that we're trying to like lay out here, because that's the flip side or one potential vulnerability on our end with why we're not raising rates. The TLDR, I think, is what they're trying to say, is that we're not going to raise rates, even though everybody would like us to raise rates.
Or if we have to, it's down the road. Could 18, 24, 36 months.
Climax, Julian.
That market signal might have been a foretelling of the future, but that future might take years to arrive. It's like being Michael Burry when he first put his short on. Right. If it's 2006, they're like, well, it's going to take time for the chickens to come home to roost. That type of thing. All right.
Yeah. So you can be. I've been early to the death of the euro now. Not gonna lie, folks. This is one of my very early calls. This is my Peter Schiff moment, and I'm gonna go down.
Or the crisis might be that they're walking to might give them exactly what they want.
Yeah, no, that's the part you want to be. That's the part that make you angry. Was like I want to watch the euro go to 70 cents so I can watch all these people like go bankrupt. But at the end of the day, they probably want it to happen anyway, because it's the only way they're going to be able to repudiate the debt.
Yeah. So then I look at our U.S. money market. There's no signs right now in the U.S. money markets that we need to hike. Yeah, it's all in the futures activity. Everything's within the band. It's still 3.5 to 3.75. There's definitely a kink in the slope of the yield. Once you get out 18 months, 2 years, like it definitely changes slope. Positive slope, but it flattens. All right. So then you get into the longer end, and big thing. Okay, so we talked about the sovereign debt, like the Boone 10-year, like breaking above 3, despite the hikes.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Here, hold on. I'll put down the speaker for a second because my earphones didn't pick up. I figured I was driving to a job, so I'd call you.
Cool.
You got out okay this morning, all that good stuff?
Yep. Yeah, I got you on the car phone, so I don't have my headset on. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I guess this weekend, one of the guys on call, driving back from a job site, fell asleep in his car and hit someone head on.
Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on, let me put my headset on.
Yeah.
You there? Ooh, so he was in the company truck. Ooh, that's bad. Yeah. Well, it's what the insurance is for, but still, that's, yeah. Everybody relatively okay, at least? Right. 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 You got to kind of lock it down. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, damn. Right. Oh, man. Right. Yeah, no shit. Mm. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, the final says I'll get there about 3:30, but I don't know. I think Kentucky is still on Eastern time. I forget, but it says 3:30. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I have to look it up real quick. I don't. That doesn't sound right. But then again, I did leave at 7:30, so that does sound about right. Yeah. But I meant, timing wise, because it said it was an 8-hour drive when I left the house, and I started, left about 7:35, and so it says 3:36. So that if I drove the whole way, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna stop up near Mount Airy for my first stop, because there's a Sheetz I always stop going that way, so I'll stop there, get some gas, get a bite to eat, fill up, and then drive all the way up into West Virginia, where I hit Interstate 64 to go west. So yeah, I'll probably at least make at least 2 stops, because I mean it's another from where I'm at right now, which I'm getting on 85 outside of Greensboro, Winston-Salem, to head up that way. It's another 440 miles. So I'll at least have to make 2 stops for gas. Then really just make 2 stops, just take a freaking break. Yeah, because it's going to be, I'm not going to drive the whole, I usually try to stop every 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes I'll push it longer if I'm in a rush, but I'm not in a rush, which is good. Yeah, the first stop, they never replied to my email, but I'll call them sometime today just to make sure. But yeah, I'll see them tomorrow morning, because I'm going to get a hotel maybe a mile from where they are. And then the next one is Wednesday morning. And, that's, from Kentucky to Waukegan, Illinois, it's only about 6 hours. So even if I get out of the Kentucky location late, I'm still not driving crazy, because I'll still get there at 6-7 o'clock at night, and that's actually even a time zone change by that time, in Illinois. And then I see them tomorrow morning, or Wednesday morning. I'll probably push it till 9. We'll see what weather's going to be like too, because one vehicle's inside and one vehicle's outside. Yeah, so I'll start looking at the weather, but I think I'll just stay the day up there and then not leave till Thursday morning. That way I'm not rushing to get out. I don't know, we'll see. I haven't decided yet. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's going to be on the way back, because I'm going to have to stop in Nashville anyways for another dealer that needs a hand. And then coming out of Nashville is a guy that I've known from Social Media Mastermind that we used to go to. You know, he's actually on the way. And then the VP of sales, or whatever his title is, his house is in Radford, Virginia, which, you know, he needs a hand with a vehicle, and I may stop at that, but it's going to be one of those ones I'll have to call Robbie because I don't know anything about it. It's an old vehicle, so yeah. Cool. Sometime between now and Monday of next week. Yeah. I don't know if I'll try to be home quickly, or, you know, the guys, that's why I was kind of trying to figure it out if we could pull it off. It's 200 acres. Yeah. And he's got, like, you know, part of his property hugs the stream or river or something, but I don't know if anybody will be there either, because I think he rents it out, or, you know, family uses it and whatnot. But we'll see. And it also depends what the weather's going to be like too, because I guess, you know, this whole week is like, you know, crazy possible rain every day for everywhere. Even when I was looking at where I'm going, it looks like even by the time I get to Kentucky, it could actually get a little spicy getting in there tonight, or that might be tomorrow night. So it might they might have more than what we're having. Yeah. I locked so I pulled it tight to make sure it was already locked. Then I actually turned the thingy, and then I went out the back door and then gave it another tug to make sure it was closed. I did leave the door to the garage open because I know the cat he was inside, but I was like, yeah, I know you like to do it. And so I moved the dehu more out into the kitchen so it could suck up any moisture coming out of the garage. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Cool. Right on. Is this because it was like something, it was asbestos or something? Ah, okay. Cool. So that's the reason why, because it's a big job, sometimes people show up. Ah, makes sense. Right. Tip top. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Right on. Yeah. Cool. Awesome sauce. All right, well, have fun. Let me know what you hear about the accident, and at least find out if everybody's at least relatively okay. I mean, it sounds like nobody died. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't like... Yeah, but if it was really bad, he still would have been hurt, and so that means it must have been slow speed, like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, that's crazy. Cool. Oh. So basically, that's why he had to say we'd send somebody on Monday, because couldn't do anything. That one call you were telling me about yesterday morning. Yeah. Yeah, because if you can't log in anything, you can't really do anything. All right, have a good day. Cool. Crazy. Cool. All right, well, have a good day. Holler at me later. Okay. Bye.
Yields not coming in. Kind of how the boom goes, the rest of the euro sovereigns will follow suit. And so it just seems right, they're going to have to do more of this. The U.S. 10-year hasn't been showing that same type of behavior. Everybody wants to see the long end of the yield curve dislocate, break down, what have you. But it's holding up fine. The area of the market and long-term debt that I've seen, just watching the screen, trading liquidity, all of that stuff, is the AI build-up. So Oracle, their 2033, 2034 bonds, they're now trading like right at a 6% level. And that's back to where they were in 2022. And then, so if you think about it, if you plotted out Oracle, they're continuing. And if you looked at investment grade debt, they'd be one of the fatter credit spreads, especially for a tech company, which most of them have been like Google, Meta, etc. They carry AA ratings, and they're generally pretty well behaved. But the more you get into these companies and the core business is just focused on this AI build out, cranking out data centers, all of that, those credit spreads are starting to rise. And then you combine that, you kind of piece together a mosaic, like the other information you're seeing in markets. For example, Kathy Hochul in New York putting the 1-year moratorium on data center build outs. All of these are pointing to the U.S., at least the U.S. AI infrastructure build out, needing to take a pause, consolidate, all of that as we kind of, the U.S. economy, as far as the growth story goes, and the AI build out it's a massive share of the growth. I can't remember the exact numbers. Federal Reserve was publishing papers on this, like call it like half, or JP Morgan's published some good papers on this, but it's like it's a sizable share of overall economic growth. But it's looking like what you're seeing in New York, seeing in the bond markets, all of these tech companies, NVIDIA, SpaceX, Google, there were 6 or 7 of them in the first half, came with these massive bond issuance deals. So they sucked up all that liquidity to get the acorns while they were there, like before the winter comes. So it's looking like from the investment opportunities perspective, we're shrinking that opportunity set in the U.S. economic growth story and all of that. And like this whole story, if you think about it, we made this happen. Venezuela, epic fury, and now we're in that consolidation phase. And I don't know, think about this as a castle siege. Who's got more resources to ride this out? It's like, well, I'm going to bet on the United States.
And just to give people some context on Oracle 10-year debt selling at 6%. On JNK, the junk bond ETF is only paying 6.6.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, this is the minute you brought that up, I'm like, let me go check on my other screen. Let's see what JNK is actually yielding. I'm like, and I'm looking at the chart. I'm like, yeah, let's buy that. But even at not for 6.6%, 9%, I think it's fine. Not at 6.6.
So if you look at everything going on, like the pressure is definitely there. If you look at world bond markets, I've got the little table set up here with, on a 1-year look back. Everybody in Europe is starting to bump up on their 52-week highs in yield. UK is not, but UK has got 5.17% 10-year, which is their cost of debt is above the Eurozone, above the US, above the JPY. Yeah, it's above everybody who matters. Mexico, dollar debt also at a 52-week high. I'm very interested. Like, you think about this situation, like Iran, Venezuela. These are like conflict zones between global powers, competing global powers. I mean, they've been that way for basically hundreds of years. Mexico's been the same thing. We've been brushing up against Mexico, like I say, U.S. and European influence on Mexico. France tried to install Napoleon III as emperor of Mexico, like as recently as like 1870. So
Right.
they've been fighting over this thing for. I still consider the Civil War modern history. I don't know that some people would agree with me, but-
Well, it's how very Chinese of you, right? But I was going to say, just to give people some context, everybody knows that, everybody who follows me closely knows that I track the German 10-year, U.S. German 10-year and 2-year spreads. So every once in a while I'll throw the big daily chart that I have up on my Twitter feed. But for the most part, for the patrons, they're getting sick of looking at it because I've been showing it for the last 6 years. Understand that when we started bombing again last Wednesday, a week ago Wednesday, the German 2 years, U.S. German 2-year spread was moving upwards. So that means that it was moving, in this case, towards Germany, meaning it was widening relative to Germany, meaning the U.S. debt was being sold faster than German debt was in terms of yield, up towards about 1.58%. So basically, the U.S. German 10-year spread was negative 1.58 in Germany's favor. On the 2-year, it was like 1.56, and it was dragging the 10-year higher. Today, the 2-year spread sits at 136 basis points. So that's a movement of 20 basis points in 10 days, or 8 days, 5 trading sessions, 6 trading sessions. Yeah. That's a big move, folks. That's Lagarde losing. Not only did that happen, but the price of oil went up by $9 a barrel. And the euro did not go up 9% to offset the rising cost of oil. So the European economies are getting squeezed. What I'm finally beginning to notice, and this is so you understand, the reason I've been tracking this for so long, and the reason at times you feel like, oh my God, is this ever going to really, tell you when the whole thing is going to break loose? Well, for the first time in all the years that I've been watching this, we're seeing the euro not respond when we see a bond spread closure like this, and we don't see any other price action and anything else to cover this. So what's happening is, I think we're finally beginning to see all of these, like Lagarde is in effect, TLDR, running out of runway. She either has to make this thing fly, or she's going to crash and burn at the end of the runway. She's really close to the end of the runway, and she does not have much off speed. Because the world is beginning to wake up to the fact that there is no future for the European economy under the current economic, political, and regulatory rubric that they're living under. And there's this shiny place called the United States over here that is open for business.
And so if you, all right, that tightness in money markets, if you want to say the U.S. needs to hike, right? Rates go up, 2 components, if you just want to think about this very simply. We got real rates and expected CPI inflation, right? Just to keep you trued up in terms of the purchasing power. It doesn't actually work that way. But to say that there's going to be CPI inflation, it's like, well, the oil price thing, that's already, petered itself out. For now, I guess. Let's wait and see. You're going to have to pull some rabbit out of a hat if you want to, it's going to have to be bigger than what we just saw in the Hormuz to be
gasoline prices have to be sustainable for the next 4 months now at $3.30 a gallon. And the futures curve is saying something much, much different.
And then when you get into the real issue of the CPI data, why is it sticking away? There's some services stuff, but it's really housing. And that's the biggest component. And then you look at, all right, the housing market right now, it's fallen out of balance, more sellers than buyers, all of that. But you've got the tailwinds. Prices coming down. The American economy actually likes it. If you're already in your house, whatever, you plan to be there long term, you can ride out a little bit of a housing price drawdown. But if you're one of those people who's looking to get into a house and it's been very hard to do so since, let's say, 2008. Employment market is working in your favor. Wage growth working in your favor.
The fuck
Interest
you
rates are
talking
the
about?
last thing to change.
The last thing to change, right?
Yeah.
And you know, again, good to interject. You're right, and this is why I firmly believe that the Bank of England and Bank of Canada are running a yield curve control operation on the long end of our yield curve to ensure that our mortgage rates stay as high as possible, because they don't want that process to begin, because once you can get, this is what Trump has been screaming about, he needs to get mortgage rates out of the 6.5% range and down into the 5.5 or low fives in order to keep housing prices roughly where they are, and get people into fixed rate mortgages at a rate that they can at an interest rate that they can afford cash flow wise, while wages are increasing and productivity is increasing. And that's how we're quote unquote going to grow out of this, because now you're talking about a bottom up revolution, a bottom up rebuilding of the foundation of the American economy by rebuilding the balance sheets of the middle class. Guess who has a hard on to destroy the middle class of the United States, and have since, I don't know, the 1770s?
Democrats.
Sorry, folks, it's always fucking London.
He knows it, like the trial balloon. I think this was like last December, right? Remember he floated the 50-year mortgage. He knows that's the key thing to solve here. And if we can't do it, like, sooner is better, obviously. But if you just think, if rates need to stay high, assuming the U.S. economy doesn't roll over, like, newsflash here, if the U.S. economy rolls over, what's, like, European economy is going to roll over, Southeast Asian everybody's rolling over. Yeah.
Everybody's rolling.
And nobody wants that necessarily. Although ECB, if they have to, they'll do it to themselves.
Yes.
But in that process, like we talked about the money markets tightening, what that's actually incentivizing is rebuilding of savings, right? And that just means, okay, the American, all right, the private sector. So if we focus on household savings rate is, if you look at the trend lines, it's small. Yeah, it's down.
Horrible. It's like in the threes.
That needs to be solved. But the non-financial corporate savings rate is just like they're sitting on the cash.
They're sitting on crap tons of cash, but they're worried. They've got uncertainty risk as to what are they going to do with that cash sitting on their balance sheets, because of this insane shit show that's existing up on Capitol Hill. Because nobody can even pass like voter ID for fucking elections. That is the sticky wicket. That's what's keeping mortgage rates high. That's what's keeping the pricing in European bond markets high where they are. That's what's keeping capital frozen, the real capital. You just touched on it. That's the key right here and there. The U.S. savings rate's at 3%. We have a non-Keynesian in charge of the Federal Reserve who's not going to punish savers by raising interest rates the minute the savings rate gets above 5%. So we got to get corporates to like shovel their cash out the back door and into shovel-ready investments that actually matter, like, you know, pulling shit out of the ground that we actually need.
This is where, all right, in the 1980 to 2020 era, Mitt Romney capitalism, you would have been, like, this is mid to late cycle. You're waiting for that direction to break, right? Old school, you would have done share buybacks, special dividends, M&A activity. This time around, I know there's a lot of distrust about the AI, the technologists, all of that, but like the actual fixed investment, I was just driving home, so we did hiking last week in Great Basin National Park in Nevada, which is awesome. If anybody has an opportunity, great hikes. For Nevada, you wouldn't believe it, but it's like 70 to 80 degrees in July because you're up at like 7,000 to 8,000 feet elevation. It's awesome.
Right. Yeah.
But driving back, I was to Puget Sound area, went through Boise. First time I've seen it in years, and you saw this massive new Micron facility going up. Right? It just happened to have that gas station or like that truck stop plan, but it was the biggest restroom I've ever seen. It's just like, wow, there's so many workers here. Like I'm not kidding you. This might be too crass to mention about. It was like a 30 urinal restroom. It's like they're running traffic.
For a truck stop.
Yeah, exactly, because there's just so many concrete mixers, so many electrical. Yeah.
And FYI, there's nothing too crass for my Maybe that's a problem, but that's the truth.
This isn't Jim Grant's.
This is not Jim Grant's investment newsletter hour. No, not at all. I'm not wearing a bow tie. I'm not wearing a bow tie on the other side of this microphone.
But that's the opportunity set that we're deploying into. But I think it's everything. Like it's man, we can think of so many things right now that America needs to invest in. Those are all on the table. And just all right, if Europe forces us to keep our rates higher for longer here, that the savings is just going to build. And
right.
Our list of opportunities, it's a mile long if we wanted to write it out versus, I don't know what Europe's opportunity set looks like, but it's definitely nowhere near.
They can start by building air conditioners. Just saying, it's old technology, guys. You don't even have to innovate.
Yeah,
you don't.
The problem, I think, from the portfolio manager's context here is our runway, like our actual economic runway, is long. It's our political run. We have all these hurdles we got to get through. The midterms, then 2028 is right around the corner. It's we've just started to break out here. I guess that would be your key risk would actually be the politics.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But it's the political risk at this point. But this is what I was getting at. I think I was trying to get at earlier, Matt, is that the way the bond market's been trading in the last 7 days since Trump started bombing out of the IRGC in a way that is durable. No, we're taking away Bandara Bas. We're taking out Cargill. We're taking out Kesha. We're taking out all this. You are not going to survive this. You had your choice of cake or death. You should have chose cake. You're gonna get death. Because that's what you chose. And the markets are beginning to respond in a way that is durable, no matter how much you listen to retards, scream about how Trump is untrustworthy and non-agreement capable on Twitter. That's what I mean by the collapse of the U.S.-German spreads. The beginning of the blowout now of the U.S.-UK spread, which hit a low of, on the 10-year, 30 basis points, and now it's back to it's over 40, and it keeps wanting to creep higher. And I've always noted that when we get towards plus 60 basis points on the UK gilt, governments tend to fail in the UK. Just been out there. Something radical usually happens the minute they get out to plus 60 basis points. And if I'm correct in my analysis of the way there's an interplay between what's going on with Mark Carney in Canada and Andrew Bailey at the BOE, then this is why we have this weird yield curve where we have a slope, a kink, as you mentioned, and then a big rise towards the end of the yield curve from 7, 10, 20, and 30 it goes up by 60 basis points, but it doesn't go up 60 basis points between 1 year and 10 years. It's crazy. So we almost have a flat spot in the middle, a big long tail, it's almost S-shaped in a way. And that's better than being radically inverted, mind you, or having an inversion in the middle of the curve, which is where we were a couple of weeks ago. But again, we're seeing that. Now, all that has to happen is a kind of, if Washington needs to cut rates by 25 basis points, so be it. And again, that I think will come with political certainty on Capitol Hill. So
it's been a crazy first half of the year to invest. I know. All right. So bond yields, if you look at the Bloomberg Ag, 4 to 5%, 6 months of carry, you should be something 2 to 2.5% total return. It's just been so volatile. Total return of the Bloomberg U.S. dollar aggregate index year to date, it's 15 bips. It's very difficult. And then if you look at equities, right? It's been you have to get in front of the trend, sector, oil. You got to own oil field services and energy before, as Venezuela was happening, Epic Fury was happening.
Well,
if you were in early, and you go ahead.
What I was going to say is that, I track a lot of major indices versus the Dow every week, and I realize that the Dow is the laggard up 9%, and everything else is up more than that. I go to the German DAX, which is a tell, and now soon the Euro Stoxx 50 is going to be underperforming the Dow. That's the other thing that's the kind of the confirmatory signal of what you're seeing in the bond spreads market. The bond market spreads is that the Dow for July is outperforming everything. Like everybody else is down a couple of points, and the Dow is kind of up 1.5, which is not great, but the delta isn't what's important here, which is that everybody else is starting to fall, to roll over. And as far as like the AI sub story on this, I track EEM, which is the big BlackRock emerging markets ETF, just as a proxy for ETFs, proxy for emerging markets. The problem with that is that it's mostly another AI ETF. Yeah. It might as well be the NASDAQ 100. So
I wish there were more, I wish our bench of opportunities was deeper and more expansive than just AI build out. And it is, but
it is. It's going to be in base commodities. Watch the copper markets are very telling that we want to go high. That things want to go higher. Copper's trading like $6.50 a pound. And everything else is getting its ass kicked. It's one of the. Let me check it real quick. Yeah, no, 628. But again, between 625 and 640 a pound, and it's not collapsing like its brother silver. So.
Yeah. So we're talking about bonds, we're talking about stocks, and then commodities. X. You said copper's hanging in there. Gold has been brutal. Silver has been brutal.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's been brutal.
Yeah, Bitcoin's also brutal. But again, Bitcoin's starting to show signs of life. We topped 65 grand yesterday. I think a move this week above 65 grand on the close. I don't know if we're going to hold it because there's so much need for dollars out there. We're squeezing people left and right. This is the thing I want to ask you about, and I prepped you on this before we started. So which is the following: we're talking about the scenario where we say, well, okay, I don't think Warsh is going to cut rates. Rate hike odds have dropped like a stone after the CPI and PPI numbers came out earlier in the week. Which was, again, everybody's been trained to look at those numbers, no matter how much those numbers suck, right? It does not matter. What matters is that everybody's been trained to think that that's what that's important. So therefore, if the CPI numbers suck, that means that Warsh isn't going to raise rates. That's what they're thinking, and that's why bond markets moved the way they did. Okay. So here's the big one. If you know that Europe can't handle higher cost of capital, and you know that the only thing that's really keeping them afloat has been the interest rate arbitrage between the JGBs and Europe and the United States. And we know that the euro pound cross has been trading sideways for the last 15 weeks at 185. And the Europeans don't give a shit the Japanese do not care at all if the yen goes from 162 to 180 because they need that right now because they've normalized a lot of their long end of the yield curve. So Mrs. Watanabe's happy. She can get 3%. She can get above top run inflation in her bond markets in either anywhere between 10 and 50 years in Japan. She's actually got options for the first time in forever. And if she's in Japanese stocks, she's up 40% so far year on year. Yeah, the Nikkei is up 35% on me.
Oh yeah,
right. So
feels due for a little bit of a retracement.
No, absolutely. And then the BOJ that has balance sheet capacity to sell some of its stocks in order to manipulate the yen. I don't worry about Japan at all. I think Japan is actually sitting there sitting there with a big plate of sushi in front of them and some sake, and you're like, your move, Lagarde. I'm good.
I could think of it. I know at least two business franchise that would be very hungry to sell them energy commodities. If that market
I don't think the Japanese worry about this at all. I think if you look at the situation, if the BOJ did not own stocks, I would be much more worried than I am. Right? But they own a big portion of the Japanese equity market. They own a bunch of JGBs. And they've got, their FX reserves, which are massive, and they've got $1.2 trillion worth of U.S. Treasuries sitting on their balance sheet that they could sell into the market if they need to. We wouldn't care if they did, because they're our partner. So now the big question I have for you is the following: this has been bothering me for a couple of weeks now, and I've been thinking about it, like, how do you break Europe? How do you end this extended pretend bullshit and finally get them to come to the table to cut a rational peace deal in Ukraine and cut a rational peace deal in Tehran, because it's the European fuckers who are keeping both of these things alive, because everybody seems to be negotiating the way the Europeans negotiate about everything, which is to not negotiate, but say they're going to show up next week for another round of talks. In my mind, it's the interest rate differentials, it's these spreads that make all of these markets. Right, it's what's keeping the German pension funds afloat. It's what's keeping BNP Paribas afloat. It's what's keeping Deutsche Bank afloat. Blah 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 blah, all the way across the lines. What if? And they're all using the yen, the cheap yen, and the carry trade to get the liquidity they need to keep this game running. What happens next in 2 weeks if Works cuts by 25 basis points and a waiter raises by 25 basis points, having just raised to 1% not 2 meetings ago? Do you think that that's enough to detonate something really ugly in Europe? And would Trump and Bessent risk that? Corollary question. Before the midterms, because of the potential blowback.
I don't see the U.S. cutting in 2 weeks. Like, we'll see. I don't think it's there. What would happen? So you're already seeing, like, look at the Fed's H.8 data. If you look at time deposits, demand deposits, they're up. They just set a record. Like, they broke through the 2021 peak, starting to go exponential. If you cut here and you end up making a mistake, you risk blowing that off, forcing your yield curves lower than they should be. I think right now I'm just triangulating all these charts.
This is what I want to hear, Matt. This is I come up with these crazy ideas. I'm aggressive. I'm like a geopolitical. I'm like Patton. When it comes to this shit, I want to break these people. Yeah. Right. So I'm not saying it's responsible. If you're my monetary strategist and I'm big Italian Patton, monetary Patton, what do you do?
I think Japan can do it for sure. I don't think the U.S. I don't think that's the safe play right now. Okay. Maybe Kevin Warsh has a better read on it. They have better data than I do by a factor of 1,000. But what I think would make the most sense is open up another front.
Okay.
Because think about what Ukraine is costing the U.S. right now. Like the NATO. A lot of things we could talk about at the NATO summit in Turkey. Number one, Macron saying he was ready to go to a war against the whatever his quote was. Right. Get out of here, dude. Okay, so the deal for missiles, right? Is it the Tomahawks? Right? We said, we're just going to let you license these. So what does that mean? You Patriots, you make them yourselves. Figure out somewhere Western Ukraine, whatever, away from
something the Russians can't bomb.
Exactly.
5 years from now.
No, but we don't have to put any of our capital or our resources. We'll give them licensing deals. We set up the LLCs, all of that for revenue sharing. It's our IP, like Raytheon's IP at risk here, that has to be protected. But in terms of actually labor,
don't sell it to the Ukrainians. Come on, the only way the Ukrainians are making money off of that deal is by selling it to the Chinese. That's kind of something.
But you think about all these fronts coming up, because all right, there's a cost to opening a new front for the U.S. technically, but all right, the cost for at this point, pushing what's going on there is actually that's a transfer of cost burden from the United States. But this has been underway since 2023, 2024. U.S. has been pulling back from funding, capitalizing the Ukraine war effort, and Europe and London are being forced to pick up the tab. Yeah. So we have a lot of cost here running the Iran operation. That's TBD. It's a line item. Venezuela, that one.
You're going to go around the truck.
That one at this point is just a debt restructuring.
Go around the truck.
Follow that. What's going on with synergy partners, all of that. What I would say, all right, are we ready to push for Greenland? I think there's no battle to be held in Greenland. There's 50,000 people. It's not going to be a big I think it's actually push it into Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like you brought this up the other day when we were on with Vince on Tommy's podcast, which was that you open up another front, and that front would be Mexico. So go ahead and talk about that a little bit, and tell me what you're like. Mechanically, how would you open up that front? Because I think this is really powerful.
So there's everything that's been going on, as you called out the silver miners. There's some connections with the cartels there. Those have been being rolled up. Like it was part of the story in Q1 that was easy to miss. But now if you think about that action in Mexico moving into the capital markets arena, which if you think about, all right, do we cut in the U.S.? That would be a capital markets arena,
I swear, some people are fucking stupid. If you're gonna go around the truck, go around the truck.
Escalate the conflict. You can do the same thing in cross-border capital, and that's where the peso, I think,
get the fuck out of the way.
Turning into, an attractive area to go after. If this is, it is a war plan, right? We got the Department of War now. Everybody's pretty clear what's going on here. But yeah, you look at Mexico. Half of its banking system is owned by its foreign interests, right? Who own that piece of business. Number one is Santander. It's BBVA is number one, then Santander. So it's Spanish banks who own that, and it's just legacy colonialism is really what it is. The Mexicans have never fully thrown off Cortez. It hasn't been done yet.
Wow.
In my opinion.
No, that's a great line. I like it.
If a third of your banking system is still owned by Spanish interests, like, I'm sorry, but your revolution is not complete.
Well, then the question I would then ask is that the only thing keeping Spain afloat?
Possibly, yeah. So if you think, so all of that activity, they hedge something like 70% of the Mexican, banking system, of their footprint, and like their quarter to a third of the Mexican banking franchise. They hedge 70% of that into euro. So on their financial statements, their earnings reports, all of that, they're relying on FX markets. Same thing we're talking, like the money markets. That's
no, the more I think about this, you're absolutely correct. Because now we have to start thinking about how much Santander and BBVA are keeping Spain afloat through the Mexican oil trade. Pemex.
And Pemex is its own kind of walking set of problems,
of course.
And then the number 3 and 4 player, it's HSBC, and then it's one of the Canadian banks, Scotiabank or
it wasn't Bank Montreal.
I think it might be Scotiabank.
Oh,
double check. Fact checkers will rip us on this. But anyways, the top 4 banks.
It's a Canadian bank, and that's all that matters. So that's City of London.
It's not TD. The GSIB on highest profile, like crime watch alert. But yeah, so basically half of the Mexican banking franchise is owned by foreign commercial banks, and the majority of that, like the dominant share, is Spanish. And like another important development from the NATO summit in Turkey, even more so than Macron, number one on Trump's doghouse was Pedro Sanchez. Yeah, talking about tariffs. Don't do any business with these guys. So.
Yeah, exactly. Now, when you put it like that, Matt, like again, we've talked about this a little bit. Like the other day, you talked about it. I was, and I know you wrote a big long post on private Slack server about this, and I was trying to connect the dots in my head. Sometimes this is the kind of thing, folks. That sometimes repetition is what breeds, understanding. It's like sometimes you just have to hear something 3, 4, 5, 6 times in order to be able to really.
God, this road's rough right now. They've scraped this whole thing down so they can repave it, I guess. It's nasty. Noisy.
Oh, and now you're putting it out there. It makes perfect sense.
And then you go back to retrace the tape 30 years.
Oh, much better.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
I'm only
what happened in the 70s, right? We broke the metals pegs on the dollar, all of that. We had the dislocation in commodities markets, but we were able, after the currency debasement, the boomer growth actually, propped this up so it would all work. once we reset the price level onto these fiat currencies, then Volcker raised this to 20%. The U.S. was able to sweat out the fever. Right. A lot of markets, like mainly Latin America, other energy-producing markets also had similar problems, but their financial systems got ahead of their skis and created credit on the assumption that what we saw in energy markets in the 70s was, I don't know, the new normal or whatever. So what they did is they underwrote a lot of debt that their own domestic financial systems could not cash. And then we get into the 80s. This is where Latin American banks, the Mexican banks, they went through the deleveraging problem. Same thing in Texas, right? The savings and loans, like interrelated. You know, Houston did well in the 1970s, counter to the rest of the American economy. You had a savings and loan crisis in the 1980s in the U.S. Mexico, their domestic banking system was in, you know, the same situation. A lot of that debt. That's where you got the Brady plan coming in, and I think it spanned the second Reagan administration, like the tail end of it went into the George W. Bush administration. George H.W. Bush administration, senior, not junior.
Yeah. Bush the former, not Bush the lesser, yes.
But the way I view that was actually this little scheme that Treasury Secretary Brady developed was actually onboarding Mexico, and then also a lot of these Latin American economies, but primarily Mexico, into the offshore dollar system. And then they're connected into the European banks who own that business franchise or the majority share. Citibank does show up as a tiny percentage, just like 2-3%, something like that. So U.S., the major banks, they don't have no business presence, but they're like way far below the fold in terms of share of the pie in Mexico. All right, so what we're seeing going on right now, we talked about this on our episodes on Tommy's podcast. We won't go into everything on the dollar transition from the offshore dollar to the stablecoin dollar, all of that. Everybody go listen to those 5 hours of combos Tom and I did on Tommy's podcast. Tommy, yeah, it was a great time. But we talked deep about this transition from the offshore dollar to the stablecoin dollar that's going on. The way I'm thinking about this, that if the Brady plan was the opening, like bookend of Mexico coming on to this offshore dollar era, what we're going through right now, like what's in front of us is as we shift the action, like Mexico just seems like this is the next battlefront to open up, or like at the top of the list if you're going to open up a new whatever, just theater, a knife fight, whatever.
Yeah. Theater, and that tells something. It's interesting. I saw something this morning that said that apparently, again, salt taste and all this stuff, a single source, yada yada yada, that the major cartels in Mexico are now all consolidating.
Yeah,
they're working together because they know that they're going to have to fight it. But in fact, they're going to have to fight the United States.
So who's in charge of it? Are they self-declared?
CJNJ and the other.
I was going to go even beyond that. Is Scheinbaum the official de facto leader? Or are they going to make it air to that obvious?
I think Scheinbaum is I think she blinked twice if you can't speak freely. That's where she is. Kind of like Amy Coney Barrett the other day.
Yeah. So you saw a big headline also. This was in June, I believe it was announced. Banxico, the Mexican central bank, announced that they were spinning up an emergency liquidity facility for their peso Mexican money markets to go operative in August 2026. So they're getting ready for. It's like, you say the troops are lining up against us. Well, we better line up. Yeah,
and shocked to find out that there's gambling in the casino.
Yeah, and then you just line up the facts and you look at like, all right, who's the general manager right now of the Bank of International Settlements? Augustin Carstens. Right. You look at his background. What did he spring up as? All right, Mexican native, trained at the ITAM, or undergrad at the ITAM, did a law degree. I want to say it was Harvard or Yale, one of the top two. He immediately went to work like in central banking land, And then he becomes general manager, or actually head of business development for the BIS. And the key, he also represented Mexico in the breaking point. I'm pretty sure. Like if you go back to the tapes 30 years ago, he was in charge. He was the other end of getting Mexican into this business franchise, the offshore dollar franchise. All right. So you see with him promoted to general manager of the BIS, how, well, number one, he's got to be competent to rise through the ranks, so he is capable. But you see how important the Mexican business franchise is to the European banking cartel. So if you want to hit him where it hurts, let's pry off another piece of the new world that's still technically financially colonized. Pull that. I mean, what are the crown jewels at point? How many of them are left in the setting? But I think Mexico would really hit
you lose.
And you see all things lining up. I think that's where the. I mean, it's when I say low risk, like it's not low risk. Lives can and will probably be lost. I don't know that Mexico will be a safe place to travel. All of that is,
it's not going to be
if the
liberated
situation does develop. Yeah, it's going to be bad. But is that actually a lower risk move than cutting rates in the U.S.?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's really, when you put it like that, dude, okay, fair enough.
And this is from someone who I value human capital. Like, I don't want to lose people versus I know, if you're playing the poker game across the table, they'll throw a million lives at the fight and not care about it. Like,
Again, folks, none of this is our personal morality. All of this is just doing the raw and rote strategic analysis you need to do in order to be able to figure out what's happening here. You're dealing with, as Matt reminded us at the beginning of the podcast, TFP, these fucking people. And I think you're making a very compelling case for the timing now for, okay, we're not even done with Iran yet, apparently, but we're not going to move on to Mexico. But it makes a lot of sense because Iran is really, for all intents and purposes, dealt with. As a matter of fact, it was interesting. I was watching, it was exhausting. It was a long day yesterday, so I just kind of, it was 7 o'clock. I'm like, I can't even begin to think about playing a video game. I'm so burned out. I just sat on my couch, cracked up a cup of a soda and watched some stuff on YouTube. Caught Scott Besson chatting with Mike Rowe at the Reagan Library. Great friggin' interview, by the way, because Mike Rowe is just smart enough and just informed enough to ask Besson the right questions to the audience that Mike is trying to enlighten. And Besson was like, everybody's talking about what's going on in Iran. We're kicking their butts. That's what's going on. But you can't ever find that information anywhere. I'm like, yes, Scott, of course you will. Because everything else is just this kind of Duganista bullshit. Iran is going to be finished quickly, especially with the level of violence that we're meeting out on them as we go along, as we speak right now. Once that is done, the next phase of the operation has to take place, has to commence, because from an operation standpoint, Trump has the tempo, he has them on their back foot. Therefore, he has to keep going. One of the things, to go back to my original pincer move argument that you so eloquently tore to pieces, which I'm glad.
I don't know.
I mean that. I mean that lovingly. I think tore it to pieces. Good, fine, great. I'm good with that. I don't care. The other side of that pincer move trade was, of course, the Bank of Japan. The one thing I want people to recognize now is that the pace of Japanese rate hikes is increasing. It's been slow to get started, but it's going. It's went from 8 months between them, or almost a year between from the first one and the second one, and that was 8 months, and that was 4 months. And I would not be surprised if it's not this meeting. It's definitely going to be in September. The wait is going to go to a point and a quarter, if not a point and a half. Because I think his ultimate goal is to get to 2 and a quarter at some point. He's not going to get, that's about where he needs to take, I think he needs to take rates to, given everything that's happening. And again, I don't have some, crazy bond calculation spreadsheet in the background going, this is what I think solves Japan's problems. No, this is my spidey sense says, I think he wants to get there on 2.25%. And I think that's where Trump wants the wars to get down to. And I think by taking Japan and America and putting them on par, where's the carry trade going to go? Where's Europe going to go to get money? And I think that to your point about opening up another front in Mexico, leaves them with fewer options with which to, run to a new boat hole, basically. It's a strip mall. Canada's going to be the last one left. I can't wait for that. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm British North America.
British North America. That, I don't know, like, we were in Calgary for Cornerstone. It's very clear they want something to happen, but the way that the courts rug pulled the ballot signatures from them, kind of my sense here, they'll have to come to their own conclusions. I don't think the U.S. is going to interfere. We'll be supportive. Like, we can't interfere. They have to do this for themselves.
I agree, but we can run guns across the border if we need to. I'm open to that. Like,
hey, if Eric Holder can do it in Mexico, I don't see why.
Why can't we do it in Western Washington or Idaho? I'm sure Mounties aren't paid very well, so I'm sure that in this environment with the Canadian dollar pushing $1.50 that we could
But
make
just
happen.
The way that the courts just rug pulled them off of a technicality that doesn't even exist. Same thing with the Lisa Cook decision. We can get into that in a second. But they said, like, the court's ruling was you didn't consult the First Nations peoples, whatever, come back, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's always going to be a new reason to say no. And there's probably Canadians in the audience. If you really want it, if you want your self-sovereignty, July 4th. Juxtapose Canada Day and July 4th Independence Day in the U.S.
All right, getting off here at exit 11. Stop at Sheets. Get some gas. Get a snack. And then get back on the road. From here, I've got 6 hours to go, 374 miles. Almost close enough I could actually do it in one shot of gas, but I'm not doing that. Whew, the sun's bright. Should have pulled in the other one. This truck's a little close, which means I've got to get a little close. Whatever. All right, I'll be right back. gas has been obtained. Now food and pit stop is next. I'm gonna go park around the backside. I shall be back. food has been acquired. One tank has been emptied. The other tank has been filled. And let's get back on the road. A little stretch. Let's get the food out of the bag. Move the napkins over there. Let's see how this is actually assembled. Huh, these are like tiny little burritos. That actually works good. I like that. Is the stream still going? Yeah, still going. Okay, good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. On the road again. Boy. Ooh, hot. Way too hot heat. They're just like microwave frozen burritos. Yeah, it is just a sheet, so whatever. But I think I will mute you while I'm eating. Welcome to Virginia. Those burritos sucked. Yeah, alright. For $3 each, I guess. What do you expect? Come on. I saw you wanting to come back over because I know that truck was going to come over. And this is the climb on 77 going up into Wytheville or Withville, Virginia, or whatever. It gets a little spicy in through here sometimes, depending on how you can handle it. Jackass in the fast lane behind me can't even keep up with me, and he's just sitting there freaking camping in the #1 lane. Then again, you got a jackass up here pulling a trailer in the #1 lane. I knew that was going to happen. But that Ram was coming up behind me, and I knew he was going to go around. Ridgeline. Okay. Guy with that trailer, he's climbing fast. Ground's a little wet out there. Yes, I know I'm still sitting in the number 1 lane, but there's nobody behind me. Nobody's catching up to me. When I'm driving, I'm always watching who's coming up on me, along with, of course, where I'm going and who's in front of me. This truck pulling this trailer, he's got a pretty decent momentum, or got some power under the hood on that thing. He's just not going much slower than I am. But I don't want to be behind him. I wonder what will happen when I go through the tunnels. I don't want to start up the Speedify app now because that's still going to drop my stream anyways. We'll just see what happens.
There are police reported ahead.
Hillsville Galax, or Galax.
There are police reported ahead.
Well, that's a headline email for you that I'm going to have to read this thing. This is from Quoth the Raven. Excellent frickin' Substack. Oh my fucking god. They're doing it again. Looks like CDOs are coming back in fashion. And all the bullshit that brought down the 06, 08 market. But now they're doing it for private credit funds? Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. Hard for you to see, but at the very bottom right corner of the window, or your view of the camera, is where the Starlink's sitting on top of a piece of a memory foam topper and duct tape down to the dash. It's not down super tight, just enough to keep it from sliding around. saw the sign that said left shoulder closed. All I could think about was left shoulder, huh, right shoulder, huh. Stop camping in the fucking slow lane or fast lane. Alright, back on 77 North after that little jaunt where 77 and 81 come together. Got the tunnels coming up. If I lose the stream, I think there's a rest area in between the two. I'll stop, turn on the backup, and then restart. Looks like the live stream is still live, which is cool. Need a tow truck? Those are race car tow trucks, sponsors for a race, NASCAR. Looks like the be a little traffic up there. Ooh, there's a crash. Great, there's a crash going right into the tunnel. Which means it's going to be slow going through the tunnel. Which means definitely going to lose the stream. Big Walker Tunnel closed. Well, so what the fuck does this mean? I don't think it's fully closed. I think we just got a lane down. I don't think they're forcing everybody off the freeway because there's nowhere to go. Well, this sucks. Since we're sitting here not doing anything. Watch some TikTok. Mhm. Well, at least it's only 77 degrees. Got another cop car. Yep, that was another cop car. There went a tow truck. Awesome. Either it's right at the entrance or it's in the tunnel. Well, might as well just make a phone call. Because I don't think we're moving anytime soon. Well, as you can see, we still have not moved. There goes an ambulance. Well, in tunnel number 1 in Virginia, there's either an accident in the tunnel or right at the beginning of the tunnel. I'm stuck sitting on the freeway, not moving. Oh, it's loud. Bluegrass-inspired house music. Kind of like it. The Dirty Texans. If you're a burner, they'll be there.
Achieve exit.
Think I'm red hot, you know that I got sauce. Keep your head up on a swivel, cause I'm coming for your spot.
When you farted so much, you turn the water for
I tell
What
you
the
what,
fuck?
that's the last time I let somebody eat Taco Bell lettuce and then ask to be baptized. I'm gonna start screening people.
That was going to be my recommended technique. Usually people with broader shoulders, they go in kind of diagonal like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're fine. Good job.
I can't have you eating this food because it's poison. I can't have you eat.
Hey, what's your Wi-Fi?
I'm sorry, what is it, ma'am?
What's your Wi-Fi?
My Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Your Hello Kitty smell ill.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said your Hello Kitty smell ill.
Oh, that's so inappropriate. That I don't appreciate you telling me that.
Why? What do you mean?
That's inappropriate. That's so rude to women. That's degrading.
Is it because you smell? Is it because your Hello Kitty smell ill?
No, that is so degrading. That's putting women down. Why would you say that to me?
You asked me for the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I asked you what the Wi-Fi password was.
Yeah, and I told you the Wi-Fi password is your Hello Kitty smell ill. Like, why are you getting so offended?
Who the hell made the Wi-Fi password that?
I did. Because it's funny and it's catchy. And I don't think anybody can guess what a Wi-Fi password is. You know, usually they put like the nail salon, but I don't want other people, strangers, to get our Wi-Fi. So, your Hello Kitty smell ill is the Wi-Fi. Like, you got mad at me for no reason, girl. Almost sound like you calling out your own Hello Kitty.
So this $4,000 toilet drives itself across your home and comes to you when you need it. It's an autonomous robot toilet built by a Chinese company for people with limited mobility from age, injury, or disability. You summon it with a remote or voice command and it navigates to you on its own. It uses the same tech as advanced robot vacuums, LiDAR,
Shitter, come here.
and cliff detection tiles to steer around obstacles and stairs. Once you're finished, a built-in bidet and warm air dryer clean you while UV light kills bacteria and a charcoal filter handles odor. Then it drives back to its dock, recharges, refills, and grinds its waste into your home's plumbing. But here's the interesting part. The dock has no drainage itself. An extending arm pumps the waste into a regular toilet instead. This won't replace caregivers, but it removes one of the hardest parts of their job. Global populations are aging fast, and the bathroom is one of the last places.
Yeah, we ain't fucking moving.
A lady should watch her fucking mouth. A lady should be docile and never run about. A lady should do what ladies are told to do. Keep the silver polished and the tea for two. But I'm looking in the mirror and I'll say it to your face. I don't see a lady anywhere in this place. I see a grown-ass fucking woman who didn't ask for this. A stressed-out, pissed-off woman with a heavy-duty fist.
Who the fuck needs an inward pass when you got your own? Exactly. So now I done found a legal loophole. I can tell all you exactly how I feel about you and not get in trouble for saying exactly. Who the fuck needs an inward pass when you got your own? Exactly. So now.
I feel like a coward for talking about this one because I chose now to do it. I should have been
building a Bluetooth speaker like that on a budget. That one is the equivalent to that $400 turtle box.
So I wasn't even going to make this video, but I have to because it's been on my mind for like the last 12 hours. So I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee last night. I had a comedy show there. I'm traveling all over the nation. I'm fitting to head to Maryland, West Virginia, Virginia, Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, all that shit. I'm going everywhere. And I'm starting to notice a trend over about the last 3 months that at my comedy shows, my live shows, I'm starting to see more and more black people, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I'm thankful. Very much so. But last night, a black lady threw me for a loop and embarrassed the shit out of me in front of an entire room of people. And I need to talk about it because I ain't got nobody else to talk to about it. So I'm talking to y'all. I'm at meet and greets, right? After the show last night. There is a line of 120 people there. And the second person in line is a black lady. Now, she walks up to me and she sets her stuff down and she holds out her hand and says, "How you doing, ma'am? I'm Zach Russian." She said, "Hi, Mrs. Zach. I love the show." I said, "Did you have fun?" She said, "Yes, sir. Absolutely." I said, "Would you like to take a picture together?" She said, "Absolutely." She hands her phone to the lady that was taking the pictures for us. We took a picture. I signed her hat and her shirt that she got from my merch booth, and I thanked her for coming. I told her to come back and see me. As she went to go walk off, she stopped. And she turned around. She goes, "Mrs. Zach, I'm not trying to take up too much of your time, but can I ask you one question?" I said, "Absolutely, ma'am. What you got?" She looks at me dead in the eye in front of a line of 120 people at my meet and greet and says very loudly, "Mr. Zach, have you ever forced any black people to go pick cotton?" I no longer want to be in this conversation, okay, because this is not going to end well for Zach. And I immediately looked at this woman. I said, "Absolutely not. No, ma'am." And she looked at me. She goes, "Okay, I was just making sure." I said, "Ma'am, I ain't going to lie to you. You kind of threw me for a loop on that right there. I'm a little bit uncomfortable right now. Why did you ask me that?" And she looks at me and she says, "I was just wondering. I like you. And I didn't think you did. I was just wondering why all these black people all over the nation are so pissed off at all the white people, because there's not a single white person still alive that ever forced anybody of color to go out there and pick cotton." And then she paused and she looked at me and she said, "I guess there's stupid white people and black people, huh, Mr. Zach?" And I was like, "I reckon so, ma'am." But that...
Well, let's see if we see anything. It looks like it's right here at the beginning. Might be up here on the right. You might be able to see something. Yeah, there's a car on the tow truck. There's an ambulance. Somebody got rear-ended. Well, at least I'm going through it. Let's see if I lose internet. Well, we through tunnel number 1. Well, stream's still live. Okay. That was kind of cool. Temperature's gone up a little bit, 84 instead of 77.
Closure ahead on I-77 North. You're still on the fastest route.
I don't think there's a road closure ahead. I think I was just stuck in the road closure. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm talking to Google Maps. I did mute you for a second so I could sneeze.
It's the difference between the Ardelumi T1 and the Ardelumi T1P. There's only one difference for the T1P, and that is...
Okay, I'm coming. You want it out?
Listen, somebody in Louisiana sent me a funeral story where a dead woman hijacked her own memorial show, exposed a stolen pressure washer with ring camera footage, canceled somebody's solo from beyond the grave, informed her entire family in the process that the house they'd been fighting over no longer existed. None of them could turn the damn projector off. Several of these people are apparently still arguing over it, and at least one of them has threatened to sue the funeral home, the Catholic Church itself, and Facebook. We're going to call the deceased Aunt Bernadette, Bernie for short. Bernie was 82 years old, never married, and had worked at the parish office for about 41 years, which meant she knew every damn baptism, every wedding, every annulment, which that's spicy as hell, and exactly which married men suddenly started attending a Saturday evening mass without their wives. Bernie knew everybody's business, and apparently she knew how to work PowerPoint too, like any good church lady. Before she died, Bernadette gave the funeral home a flash drive labeled Memorial Show Play Before Mass. The funeral director assumed it contained pictures of Bernadette as a child, Bernadette at Christmas, holding the babies, normal dead relative shit. No, it did not. The funeral starts. The church is packed. 250, 300 people. The priest is near the altar. Bernie's niece Melissa is greeting people like she had personally organized the Vatican itself. And Bernie's cousin Linda is standing beside the organ in a purple dress preparing to sing Ave Maria, you know, that uppity white people funeral song. The lights go down. The projector comes on. The first slide is a beautiful picture of Bernadette holding a magnolia, of course. Everybody goes quiet, weeping a little bit, got the Kleenex out. Then the pictures disappear, and the next slide says in all caps, Linda, sit your ass down. We make every funeral about yourself. Linda was already holding a microphone. She looked toward the funeral director. The funeral director looked at the priest. The priest looked up at Bernie's casket. The speakers come on. It was Bernadette's own voice. It said, if Linda is standing near the organ, somebody please unplug the microphone. She will drag Ave Maria out for 11 minutes, and I am already dead. Can y'all imagine? Would you have stayed? Because I'd have been sad. Because nobody in that church moved. Good point. Linda said, this is disrespectful, in the microphone as it's being unplugged. Bernie's recorded voice immediately said, Linda will now say this is disrespectful. God dang. The dead woman had anticipated Linda's rebuttal. Like any sister already knows, a bitch knows a bitch. Melissa runs toward the sound booth, tells the funeral director to just shut it down. He's hitting shit, the computer freezes, the projector keeps on going. Then the screen changes to ring camera footage. That shit's gold. I don't know if y'all got one, but that's worth an investment.
It shows Bernie's nephew, Ricky, walking across her backyard at 2:14 in the morning, loading her pressure washer into the back of his truck. The next slide says, quote, Ricky did not borrow my pressure washer. Then he stole the damn thing. Then it's behind his shed under a blue tarp. He couldn't hide nothing from Bernie. Ricky's wife turned toward him and said, what in the hell? What blue tarp is she talking about? This dumbass says, that could have been anybody's truck. The video zooms in on the back window. There's a bumper sticker that says, Ricky's Mobile Marine Repair. The priest quietly sits down. He understands this mess is no longer under his control. Melissa's now climbing onto the chair trying to reach the projector. The funeral director tells her the projector is bolted to the ceiling. Somebody suggests pulling the power. But the church custodian's at lunch, and apparently nobody else knows which breaker controls exactly the fellowship hall. So Aunt Bernie just continues. The next slide is a photograph of Darlene smiling at a crawfish bowl, then a picture of Darlene's new teeth. Then the bank statement showing the withdrawal for $4,600. Bernie's voice says, Darlene owes me $4,600. Pause. Darlene closed her mouth so fast the front row heard her molars seek legal counsel. One woman whispered, did she get to the house yet? The house? That was the big fight. Bernadette owned a 3-bedroom house on 6 acres, real nice. These people were conducting an estate sale while Bernadette was still at the funeral home getting her hair done. Then the screen goes black. Big white letters appear. About my house. The entire church becomes silent. Bernadette says, I sold the damn thing. Melissa screams, you didn't what? She is arguing with pre-recorded evidence. Bernie continues, I sold the house in March. The money paid for my care because none of you came on Tuesday. Then the photographs appear showing the house completely empty. No furniture, no china cabinet, no workshop tools, nothing. Bernie says, the remaining money has been donated to the St. Vincent de Paul Society. Somebody near the back said, all of it? Bernadette's recording says, yes, all of it. I do not know whether that was editing or witchcraft, but the timing was perfect. Now people are openly fighting. Ricky's wife wants that pressure washer. Darlene's husband wants to know why he paid for the teeth when Bernadette's apparently paid for the teeth. That's going to be a fight. Linda is still angry about losing her solo, those kind of people. Melissa is yelling at the funeral director. While all this is happening, a brass band enters through the back of the church just on cue because Bernadette has also prepaid for a second-line procession. Nobody had told the family. The trumpet player walks into the sanctuary, sees 200 people screaming, and beneath the slideshow titled Liars and Thieves, it just keeps playing. That is professionalism. Melissa finally gets the computer restarted and the screen goes dark. Everybody applauds. The final post said, Melissa, if you're reading this, you failed to check the flash drive before the funeral, you dumb bitch. Then, leave it alone. You have finally done something useful, you little moron. Aunt Bernadette had been dead for 3.5 days and was still managing that family more efficiently than any living person in the room. That bitch did not leave them an inheritance. She left them a premiere. Listen, somebody in Louisiana sent me a funeral story where a dead woman hijacked her own memorial show.
No rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed, and ain't nothing in this world free. No, I can't slow down, I can't hold back. Oh, I wish I could.
I'm not ready to have kids yet, but recently my wife said she's wanting to try. But she says she doesn't think that I would be a good dad because I lack empathy. Because one time our neighbors...
Well, that little slowdown already slowed me down another 20 minutes. Original ETA with no stops or anything would have been 3:30. My first stop put 20 minutes on it and said 3:50. Now my ETA is 4:15. Yeah, it'll probably be 5 o'clock when I get there, but that's fine. It's not that late. Tunnel number 2 coming up. In we go. We're going in. Come on, people, don't slow down. Maintain speed through the tunnel, not go slower. I know you're all gun shy because of the accident, the other one, but come on. What the fuck don't you understand about maintain speed? welcome to West Virginia. Could have gotten over if you would have actually paid attention. I was leaving room for you. But no. Still live. Let's go back to a podcast. In a minute. Welcome to the West Virginia Turnpike, a toll road. That's right, I said I was going to put a podcast on. I forgot. I'll do it in a little bit. I wonder if that was started by John McClane. Do all the drivers of McClane Transport go yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker? Is this guy right here a ham nerd? Looks like they got that travel plaza, service rest area, whatever the hell you want to call it, built and open. Alright, I'm gonna crunch on some pretzels. I'm gonna mute you. Well, now I'm on the toll portion of the West Virginia Turnpike. And I think the stream is still live. Yeah. Cool. This is the twisty section, somewhat. I want to go around the ram, but I got a car coming up behind me. He's not passing me. It's taking too long. I'll let him go. Turn off cruise control, turn it back on, and then just go around this guy. Fall in behind this Nissan Rogue or Rouge. Then again, now the frickin' Rouge is slowing down. Now I can't go around them because somebody else is coming up on me. Maddie 05. That was the license plate on that Range Rover. Coming up that section and under that bridge a couple years ago, and it was pouring rain. I was just getting dumped on, hard to see. It's in a different vehicle at that time. This is where 64 and 77 come together. I'm not going east. Gonna go west, but they're combined for right now. Coming into Beckley, West Virginia. Over to the east of me, got a friend of mine and his wife bought a piece of property, and they're building some Airbnbs out there. Kind of cool. I have not. I wasn't able to listen to the voicemail. I'm going to put the microphone away, let the wireless mic charge, and then put you on mute also to make some phone calls.
Alright, well, I'm back for now, but you're on the camera mic. No wireless mic right now. Phone calls are done. I should go back to a podcast like I said I was going to do. What should I listen to? I'm going to go listen to the true story of the Odyssey and why it matters.
Why is the Odyssey such an important story?
Well, it's a story that has affected a lot of people. I think because it has all of these really universal themes and problems that it relates to. I mean, any good literature does that, but maybe the Odyssey in particular. Chris Nolan talks about it as this sort of archetypal story that is somehow in all of the movies that he's done. You know, there's the theme of returning to your home, sacrificing on behalf of the community. One of the things that I think is really timely about the Odyssey, and I don't really know how much the movie's going to get into this, but it's kind of a story about the collapse of the patriarchy and how it gets restored, what it takes to restore that, which maybe is timely for our day.
Who wrote it?
So Homer is the short answer. Who's Homer? Homer is the author, according to the Greeks, of the Iliad and the Odyssey. These two poems that modern scholars will kind of quibble about. Was it one guy? Was it two guys? Was it a whole kind of crowd of people working in this tradition? And we can get into that a little bit, but essentially Homer is the attributed author who is this a very blessed epic bard. He's an epic poet, and this is a really special type for the Greeks. The epic poet is there are other poets that sing other kinds of songs, and poetry and song are very aligned in the Greek mind, and there's a lot of interesting reasons for that. But he's traditionally conceived of as this blind bard who lived maybe in the 8th century BC. And the fascinating thing for me about the Iliad and the Odyssey, which kind of are in dialogue with each other on some level, is the Greeks discover writing in the 8th century BC. They sort of steal it from the Phoenicians and modify it a little bit, make some improving tweaks. So it's the first time that they can really write down their language is this 700s BC. And out of the blue emerges two of the greatest works of literature ever written. Many people think they're the greatest, and it's all kind of maybe not decline from that, but everybody's always
The first album was really difficult to follow up.
It's almost like, you know, what if today we were still talking about the first movie ever made? Nobody's ever gonna top, you know, Metropolis or Nosferatu, or, you know, and there's probably still people today that think that, but you know, most would say that we've developed a little bit as, you know, as the movie culture has gotten somewhat better, but you know, for the case of Homer, it's kind of amazing that these things kind of emerge, you know, straight from the mind of Zeus, almost fully formed, with all these incredibly rich layers, and they're so resonant, and they have this depth to them, all these like symbolic aspects to them. And how did that happen? I think is a really interesting question.
Is there any indication that this story existed before him? Is it his story?
So the backstory of this is, if you look at Homer and look at his language and look at the themes in it, all right, it's in Greek, but Greek is an Indo-European language. All of the Indo-European languages derive from the Indo-Europeans, this steppe people from the Middle Central Asia that spread out and conquered all of these regions. And you know, other Indo-European languages include Latin and Celtic and Germanic, also Indian, or Sanskrit, basically. The Indic peoples also they have this Indo-European kind of cultural inheritance, especially in northern India. And it's the people that used to be called the Aryans. Now, you know, Twitter anons will call them Aryans. But, you know, so if you look at Homer's language and themes, you can find very striking, recognizable patterns in the Vedic epic tradition, the Mahabharata. And there's a kind of common ancestor, a common poetic tradition, so the argument goes, and I think it's really right, that goes back thousands of years. So Homer's stories are uniquely Greek on some level, but they're also kind of developments that have been around for thousands and thousands of years of oral culture that kind of hits writing right around the 8th century. And it's a kind of distillation of, you know, thousands of years of stories. And you know, the stories of the Trojan War and the Greek heroes probably go back at least hundreds of years before Homer.
Is there anything else to know about him? Was he blind? Was he who people think he is?
Well, ancient poets, we don't know a lot about their lives, typically the really ancient Greek ones. And so people often, like later Greeks, would look at clues to try to figure out who these guys were. And there's actually one of the reasons people think Homer is considered a blind poet is because there's actually a blind epic bard in the Odyssey. That his name's Demodocus. He appears in book 8, and he seems to be a kind of Homer figure in the Odyssey itself.
In the same way as painters in the Renaissance would paint themselves into their works.
Yeah, very much that sort of thing. And you know, the idea is that the gods have robbed him of his sight, but they've given this deeper vision into mysteries of the universe, human suffering, and so forth.
All right. Tell me about the story. What happens?
So, I want to get into the narrative, the details, but you know, the story's pretty simple. There's a backstory. You might have heard the Trojan War. That happens before the poem begins in the poem's chronology. But you know, 10 years of war at Troy. The cause of war was Helen of Troy, or Helen of Sparta, was seduced by this playboy Trojan prince, Paris, and he spirited her away to Troy, stole her away from the Greeks, Menelaus of Sparta, and the Greeks assembled this massive army to go and take her back, essentially, and get some plunder along the way. After 10 years, they finally end up sacking and destroying the city. And the man responsible for the victory, ultimately, in the Greek eyes, and certainly in the eyes of the Odyssey, is Odysseus himself, because he came up with the idea of the Trojan horse. And that was his idea.
What year was this?
So this is, you know, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. I like to ascribe to the school of higher naivete. If we can't disprove it, like, let's just say maybe something like that happened.
Yep.
And there's a lot of debates about this, but it would have been 1200 BC.
Okay.
roughly.
So it's a combination of maybe some real world stuff with lots of mythology, trying to sort of root something in reality, but then also build it out into a bigger imagination.
Yeah, I think it's better to think of Homer as historical fiction rather than just like pure fiction. That's certainly how the Greeks would have thought about it. Like they believe that the Trojan War happened for the most part, and none of them are going to say, you know, it happened exactly like Homer told the story. But they thought it happened, and Homer's in the 8th century imagining this conflict 400 years earlier.
Okay, so it's a sequel in kind. It's a story sequel to this epic myth that may have happened, may not have happened quite the way that we think it does. So this is set in about 1200 BC.
Right. Yeah. And the Odyssey is kind of a sequel to the Iliad, which is a somewhat longer poem, and this is a story about what happens at Troy itself. And Achilles is the big hero there, and famously Achilles dies. Paris shoots him in the heel, and his Achilles heel, the only vulnerable spot on him, before the city actually gets taken. But Achilles doesn't die in the Iliad, but his death is kind of hinted at, and then the Odyssey kind of picks up a little bit after the Iliad, 10 years, I guess, after the Iliad would have ended, and makes the case that Odysseus was actually, there's this kind of dialogue between the Iliad and the Odyssey of who is the best of the Greeks, or the best of the Achaeans, as Homer calls them. The Achaeans are,
because in the first book it was Achilles, and in the second book it's Odysseus.
Yeah, obviously it's Achilles, because whenever Achilles is there, the Greeks win, and whenever Achilles, is absent from the battle, the Trojans win. But at the end of the day, who was it that was responsible for the victory?
Did Homer write these in sequence? Did he write the Iliad first?
Well, this is what the ancient critics thought. This is the kind of traditional narrative. Homer is one guy, and he wrote the Iliad as a young man, kind of vigor of maybe he's 35, and hanging around guys like you see in the Iliad, warriors. He's seen spears go in and out of faces, and just the incredibly gruesome stuff that you see in the Iliad, and a little bit in the Odyssey, but that he's one of those kind of warrior class people, or hanging around those kind of guys, knows people like Achilles and Diomedes. And then in his older age, he pens the Odyssey, and it's a slower story. It's more kind of, there's more digressions, there's more kind of slices of daily life or peacetime, and so he's kind of writing this in the twilight of his years, and I kind of like that, because the Iliad is just so visceral and stark and immediate and violent and glamorous. Kind of glamorizes war, not uncritically. But then the Odyssey is kind of, if it's a poem by an old man, it's also written for a wider audience. I think this has a lot to do with its appeal today too, and kind of in modernity. It incorporates a higher range of human experience, and maybe it's for the young, especially like Telemachus, who's this young guy that kicks off the poem. That might be the real target audience of the Odyssey. Just like a broader range of people. And there's also women, much more explored in depth in the Odyssey. So that answers the question.
That's the background. That's how we arrive at the beginning of it.
Yeah. So all the Trojan War has ended. Odysseus has some trouble getting home. It's actually 20 years after the Trojan War started when the Odyssey timeline begins. And we learn in the first 100 lines or so of the Odyssey that Odysseus kind of got off course trying to get back to Troy. Several of the Greeks had this experience. And on his way home, he met these monsters and strange people, and he pissed off the god Poseidon, and for a variety of reasons, many of which are his own faults, many of which maybe not only his fault. He is stuck on this island with this divine nymph, Calypso. She's kind of got him as a prisoner, and she wants to make him her husband.
Yes, that is still the plan. I'm on my way, but stopping in Kentucky tonight for a dealer visit tomorrow. Then I should get into town tomorrow night. What's the weather like in Waukegan Wednesday?
And so he's stuck there away from home. And then everybody at home back in his homeland, which is an island called Ithaca, is wondering where he is. You know, didn't die. He didn't die at Troy. The stories about the Trojan War like circulating in the kind of world of the poem. People know something of what happened, but there's no news of Odysseus. What happened? Did he get lost at sea? Did he just abandon his family? Is he going to go off and do more pirate adventures among the Ethiopians? Or what's going on with Odysseus? Nobody knows. And the poem kind of starts with this background in place: misadventures, meeting monsters, stuck on Calypso's island, and that's all.
Cool. What time do you want to meet Wednesday morning?
Kind of before the story actually begins. And the story begins when the gods have this meeting, and Poseidon happens to be distracted. He's pissed off at Odysseus and doesn't want him to get home. But Poseidon's off like partying with the Ethiopians, as you do, as one does, as the gods often do. I mean, they're a good hang. And
the Ethiopians,
yeah,
good hang. Okay, that's news to me.
Read Herodotus. There's many details. You know, were they northern, were they southern? Who knows? But they were fun, and they're far. So Poseidon's distracted, and then Athena says, "All right, we're going to do something about Odysseus now." Athena's kind of Odysseus's divine champion. She's his favorite goddess. He's her favorite hero, and she goes to Zeus, the king of the gods, sort of lord of the cosmos. She says, Odysseus was a pious man, he was a good king, he was a good dad. It's just not fair that he just rot away on this island. This nymph and his son is just, growing up without a father, and we got to do something about this. She says, all right, we'll do something about this. Poseidon will just have to deal with it. And that's how the action kind of kicks off in the Odyssey. And long story short, Odysseus gets released from the island by the god's will. Telemachus, his son, is sent on this kind of vision quest, rite of passage, initiation journey, and Athena helps him out with that. Odysseus tells a story at the center of the book. And if you want to just skip all of the not A+ interesting parts of the Odyssey and just get to the famous monsters and adventures, you can go to book 9 through 12, where Odysseus basically tells all of the backstory in his own voice to an audience of people that he's met.
So how much of the story is what happens when he gets back, and how much is the retelling of what happened before?
So the first 8 books are him and Telemachus. There's 24 books. So the first book, 4 books are Telemachus, then there's 4 books about Odysseus getting from Calypso's island to this intermediary destination, Scaria. It's called the Phaeacians, or this people that help him get home. He tells them his story, and then from 13 to 24 is like him and Telemachus back on Ithaca and how they solve the big problem that has arisen at home, which we haven't treated yet, which is that his house is infested with suitors trying to woo his wife away, trying to steal his wife away.
50% of the book is Love Island.
50.
The original Love Island.
Yeah,
the Lotus Eaters were Love Island.
Sirens. Yeah.
Okay.
The Phaeacians. Yeah. There's a lot of kind of sexual tension.
Okay.
Especially, Odysseus with the Phaeacians, which we should get to.
Okay. So what's the rite of passage thing?
Yeah. So it's good to start with Telemachus, probably. So when you start the Odyssey, it's kind of like, wow, I thought this was about Odysseus, and page after page, you don't meet the guy really until
Why is this
5.
fucking idiot son in this story? So
He's a weak little, but that's kind of the point, Telemachus is stuck there at home. How old is he? He's 20. So Odysseus left him as an infant, essentially, and he's never met his dad, only heard about him. And he's kind of grown up in this world of women, his mom and the maid servants who are very loyal, and there's loyal servants of Odysseus here and there, but Telemachus' grandfather is kind of too old to do anything, and he's kind of shattered by Odysseus' absence. So I think it starts with Telemachus because Homer really wants to get you to feel viscerally what it's like when the father figure is absent, like how bad things get when the leader is gone, and that kind of motivates the rest of the story. So Telemachus is 20. He's getting bossed around. There's 108 suitors at his house from all over Western Greece, princes and big shots.
Why is Odysseus' wife so desirable?
That's a good question. So Penelope is her name, famously. She's right. I mean, late 30s at the youngest, maybe early 40s. I mean, why is she the most desirable catch in all of Greece? I think it's. I mean, obviously, like, women can be very attractive and alluring at that age, but for 108 eligible young rich bachelors to come and try to Love Island her.
Yeah, it's closer to Bonnie Blue than Love Island, but yeah.
Right. That's the counterexample. You're always supposed to, how could this go wrong?
Yeah.
Melody has a lot of options, right? So he, I think she's desirable. She's very smart and well-bred, blah blah blah. But the real reason I think she's desirable is, it's like mimetic desire. It's kind of the Gerard.
Fucking knew you were gonna say.
Yeah, I went there.
I want the wife
really
of the guy that's a hero, because if I can take her, that means I'm a hero too.
100%.
You might not believe me. This is what peaks time. Is there a mirroring of Helen of Troy being so very desirable, being whisked away, being stolen, and now this is a new version of the same, a similar kind of tension?
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's kind of the story, that there's all these, Homer lays out all these other versions of women making different choices to sort of highlight what Penelope could do if she goes off track. Why
it's unheard of.
No. And there's a story that he, we'll get to it in a moment, that all the kind of gruesome counterattacks. So it is this mimetic thing. That's one of the reasons why she's just not impressed by any of these young lads, because she knows what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to usurp the status of the greatest hero alive, maybe ever, by just picking off his wife, and I'll have Odysseus' wife.
Timu Odysseus.
Timu Odysseus.
Timu, yeah, like the Chinese knockoff of Odysseus.
Right.
And they're like, hey, she goes, I've got I don't need your like Huawei phone. I've got an iPhone.
Yeah, and she's like, they're like, oh, sweetie, iPhones are dead. They're never coming back. You gotta
Huawei.
No, it's just back ordered. It's back ordered. I believe. So I think that's why she doesn't want it to have anything to do with any of them. But she's kind of wondering, like, is he actually ever coming back? So there's a kind of dramatic tension there.
What's that like for the son to be around this situation?
Well, the suitors have been there for like 4 years. He hasn't been there the whole time, but he was 16 maybe when they came, and he's far outnumbered. He doesn't feel like he's in control of his own house, and in fact, it's kind of anarchy. Like anarchy, when the patriarchy is removed, Penelope doesn't just like suddenly step in and become the man of the house. It doesn't work like that, in Greece at least. It's kind of the rule of the most assertive at the time, which is these suitors, and there's a kind of jockeying for status among them. But certainly Telemachus is the bottom of the food chain as far as they're concerned, because they outnumber him and they're older, and so he doesn't feel like he can reassert himself. And this is exactly where Athena comes in to try to twist the situation. So she comes down herself. Zeus sends Hermes to go and sort out Odysseus with Calypso, but Athena comes herself in disguise as a man, Mentis. She takes on this alter ego and shows up at Telemachus's house, at Odysseus's house one day, and she doesn't get greeted at the gates, which is very bad hospitality. So the suitors are abusing the hospitality of the house, and they're actually not doing this whole courtship thing the way you're supposed to. Like, the right thing to do from the Greek perspective would have been to go and talk to Penelope's dad and say, all right, well, she's eligible now. Like, which one of us do you approve of? But instead, they're just eating away at the cows and enjoying the fruits of the estate of Odysseus's house. They're eating him out of house and home, eating Telemachus out of house and home. They're being bad guests, and they're not being good hosts. They're not acting like they own the place on all these levels. So when Athena gets there, she's just sort of like left hanging, even though she looks really respectable. And this is just seen as incredibly a bad faux pas. And Telemachus greets her, and he's visibly annoyed that these people haven't greeted her, and he extends her hospitality, welcomes her in, and she, long story short, she says, he explains the situation. She's like, my boy, have you heard of the story of what Orestes did? And Telemachus says, no, tell me. Well, Orestes was the son of Agamemnon. Agamemnon was the king of the Greeks, the leader of the Greeks in Troy, the biggest of the kings. He organized the expedition to capture Helen, and they won. And when he came back, like practically upon arrival, he gets murdered by his own wife, who was seduced by his cousin, who wanted to steal the throne from Agamemnon. And so Agamemnon's murdered by his cousin and his own lovely wife, Clytemnestra. And then they rule Argos in his absence for a few years. And then Orestes, his son, sneaks back in and murders them both. Murders his own mother and his uncle, and takes back Argos for the bloodline of Agamemnon. And then Athena says, you might have to do just such a thing with these suitors. So she's trying to stir him up by this example of,
is she trying to create a rift between him and his mother?
I don't think that's what's going on.
You could have read it in that way using that example.
Yeah, but it does kind of point to the issue of, hey, your mom has her own mind, and she could go astray. Like, you have to be the man in the situation no matter what. And you have to be dangerous. You have to become a man of violence, potentially. You have to be able to scare these guys.
Okay, so Athena's come in to cock block 108 suitors.
Yeah, and to get Telemachus to man up finally, and go on his quest. And basically, she says, here's what you got to do: confront the suitors, call out their injustice, and then get out of town and go and meet some of your dad's friends. Meet some of Odysseus's old buddies on the mainland, and this is what he does in short. And so he goes and he meets Nestor, this old guy, one of the wisest of the Greeks, very old, very talkative old man. It's kind of funny. And Nestor and Pylos tells Telemachus, some news. He hasn't heard about Odysseus other than he got blown by the storm off into oblivion. Nobody knows what happened to him. But Nestor tells Telemachus about gives some more details about Agamemnon, actually, which is interesting for the bigger plot. So when Agamemnon left to go to Troy,
I got the microphone back on.
His wife was really good. When he left, Clytemnestra is a wise woman. She's well born. She was actually the sister of Helen.
Coming up
who
into
also started off good,
Charleston, West Virginia.
This is kind of the threat. Good women can go wrong if the circumstances are wrong. What did he do to keep her on the straight and narrow? He left a bard there to look after her. So Agamemnon kind of left a Homer there with his wife Clytemnestra to tell her improving stories and tell her stories of what goes wrong when women behave badly or whatever it is. But the poet is sort of seen as this upholder of the moral order. And
it's like self-serving by Homer there.
You might think of it as pro-bard propaganda. And I think that would be fair, but it is not just Homer that thinks this. This is a very deep Greek idea that you could see it in Plato, you could see it in the tragedians, and it's like the poets are kind of, especially in an oral culture, poets are the ones who remember the things that need to be passed down from generation to generation, right? So they have a lot of moral credibility if they're good ones, and there can be bad ones too. But so basically Aegisthus, Agamemnon's cousin, knew that he couldn't get to Clytemnestra. He kept kind of making advances at his cousin's wife. She just kept swatting him away. And then he realized, the poet is the problem. So he captures the poet and he sends him off to a desert island. And then Clytemnestra was morally defenseless. And that's when Aegisthus swooped in and seduced her because the poet was away. I think this really does match how the Greeks would have thought, like, why you need epic poetry. It's like it is actually kind of moral pillar of society. So anyway, Nestor says, that's all I know, but Menelaus is alive. Go talk to Menelaus. Maybe he knows more. Another Greek hero from Troy. Telemachus goes to talk to Menelaus, and he actually meets Helen of Troy. So she's back to being Helen of Sparta at this point. She's come back and
repatriated.
Repatriated, yeah. Returned to her rightful owner. Helen. It's a really interesting interaction with Helen. She's kind of chastened. She's become a matriarch instead of a maiden. But she's still kind of got that spooky allure, femme fatale charm. She gives Telemachus, she slips some kind of drug into his drink at one point, so he can enjoy himself better at this party that they're at. They're throwing a big feast when he arrives, marrying off their Menelaus' 2 kids, and they start to tell stories. And Helen puts a drug in his drink that would make any man forget about all desire of returning home, and even if his parents were slaughtered before his eyes, he would not care until the next day. It's this kind of like, I think it's symbolic of the power of the female charms over a man.
Helen of Troy not showering herself in glory across these 2 books. Fact, definitely rolling some dice into the fray.
And the interesting thing too is if I could quibble with Emily Wilson on a translation point here, the more popular Odyssey translation these days. So Helen says she's the first person to recognize Telemachus. It's common to not you welcome in a guest before you ask them who they are. Only after you've fed them and given them some nice robe to wear or whatever, then do you ask them who they are. But Helen recognizes Telemachus immediately. She says, if I'm not mistaken, you are the son of Odysseus.
skating through Charleston, West Virginia. Just past the 64-77 split, where 77 keeps going north. I'm going west. 77 miles to Highway 1. Probably stop in a little while, get some gas somewhere, take a break, grab some food out of the fridge. I'm eating pretzels, so I'm muting you guys. Hello, Mr. Police Officer. Stop at another Sheets. 4 miles. Exit 47, 2.6 miles. Got a little warmer out there. Boy, bumpy.
Alright, you guys can hang while I get some gas. Alright, y'all can hang again.
Well, we're still live. Now just to see where I'm going. Yeah. Looks like I'm going into Grayson. I don't know if that's Kentucky or West Virginia or Ohio. Kind of looks like that's Kentucky. Because I'll cross the border near Huntington, Barbersville, something like that. Oh. I only got 3 hours to go, so that's not bad. I would have only had 2.5 if it wasn't for that accident. And me taking my sweet ass time getting gas and whatnot. All right, here we go. Nitro carpet outlet. Okay. Kind of a jacked up intersection here. A little warmer out there now, 88. Sitting on top of bridges is funky sometimes. You can't see it from the camera, but this one had a good bounce to it. That's why that place was called Nitro Carpet something, which was the town of Nitro. Ugh. Nitro Wars Museum. Interesting. Town of Nitro, exit 45. Craziest form of racing. Nitro Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car. At least for things with wheels. And Nitro Boats. Yeah, that's crazy. Turbines, that's crazy. Yeah. Offshore racing, yeah, they're crazy too. Yeah, they're all crazy. Everybody's crazy. I don't think I've been through here before. This doesn't look familiar. Well, it is kind of cool that my stream has stayed live the whole time so far. Basically 5 hours so far. When I get to Grayson, whatever town that is, or state, I think it's Kentucky. So I think I cross the state line here shortly. And the phone's ringing. Put my earpiece on. And I'm going to mute you. And we're back. You guys got a big old sleeper on that thing. Barbersville, 8 miles. Milton Middle School over there on the left. got busted. Slow. bridge is tall.
Who Odysseus left as a tiny infant when the Greeks all came to Troy to take me back, the shameless one. And the Greek there actually says, it could be translated as shameless bitch. Kunos is the Greek word. It means dog face. It's a very rude thing. She calls herself, you know, a bitch or something. Like she kind of insults herself, and it's really disarming, I think. So Emily Wilson translated that line as something like, they came to take me back, the one who hounded them, or something. So the hound is kind of an allusion to the dog piece, but it kind of softens the fact that Helen is really kind of slightly more flattering. Yeah, it's more, but the point is, she seduces you by saying the bad thing that you had in mind about her. How can this woman just, you know, pretend like we don't all know the terrible things she did, and it's the first thing she names. It's like, oh,
get away with anything. She's enough self-awareness.
Yeah. She kind of insults herself to draw you in. And she does this in the Iliad too. She's a really tricky one. But you know, she's behaving herself, and Menelaus seems happy. There's a little bit of tension between the two of them. It's a really interesting scene. But the point of this whole quest, to sum up the Telemachus piece, is he has to prove himself to the peers of his father when his father's not absent, not there. And he does this by making the journey, asking about his dad, and saying, I'm just trying to get my house in order, and kind of behaving himself well. He acts very tactfully. He's pious. And, they're always in this trip. The houses that he meets are all these well-ordered households. There's this great contrast with the chaos at home. And one of the things that signals that they're well-ordered is there's all these sacrifices to the gods. Like every time before a meal, they pray to the gods, they wash their hands, they have a sacrifice. Never do the suitors pray before a meal. It's a sign that they're godless. They're godless. They're chaotic. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. So Homer cares a lot about these things, more in the Odyssey than he does about the Iliad. It's like little things that sort of signal, good order in culture and society.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and is that the end of this rite of passage?
Yeah, so that's basically Menelaus invites Telemachus to stay as long as he wants. And Telemachus says, I got to get back. You've been very kind. I can stay here a whole year. It's so nice. Menelaus is like one of the richest Greeks.
Thanks for drugging me.
Yes. I've had a really good time, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But I got to get back to... Menelaus offers him these horses. It's like really nice. It's like offering a kid a Ferrari, And Telemachus says, my island is not horse country. It's goat country. There's no place to ride around horses. It's an ugly, scraggly little island, but that's home for me. And I don't know. He knows he has to get back and take on the challenge, like suffer to become who he is. But that is the kind of end of it. And while he's away, it should be mentioned, the suitors also plan. They find out that he snuck off, and they plan to ambush him with a ship on his way back and murder him. So he's got a target painted on him. They are, again and again, Homer wants you to know, these guys are bad. All of them are bad. They deserve everything that's coming to them.
Most people don't realize how much being dehydrated impacts their performance, which is why for the last 5 years I've started a glory. I think the Odyssey, good men, bad men, absence of good men means that there's a vacuum for bad men to step in.
100%. And I think there's a kind of broader arc of the Odyssey is about the clash between order and...
Well, I guess I'm going to need to get back on the phone again because I got an email that somebody screwed up somewhere, and want somebody to go out and fix something where I don't know why anybody needs to go, because I can just talk them through it. Waiting for my phone to connect. Maybe I just didn't hear it. But sticking you on mute. Well, originally I think she emailed Manny, "Welcome to Ashland, Kentucky." Looks kind of like West Virginia. But yeah, and then after that, she sent it to me and you or something. Grayson, Kentucky. And I'm getting off and going to Highway or Route 9 or something. Gonna make a right turn. And then a left turn. Probably not. I mean, maybe Jake will, but maybe not. Am I going to be stuck behind this dump truck? Yes, I'm going to be stuck behind this dump truck. That's going to suck. What's that? Yeah, because, yeah, I would too. At least the rest of this road trip might be a little bit on the scenic side. It's not an interstate. Well, glad we solved that problem. Or at least bitched and moaned about it. Yeah. Oh crap. Yeah. At least technically it's not a hard swap. It's a little heavy, but it's not, you know, wrong rear end or something. That one that Manny had to go help swap a rear end at that solar plant in Kearney Mesa, the same place he went last week. Yeah, it was like a year ago or something. Yeah. Still need a second body to help lift it in, but at least the 125 is easier dropping it in than the 210. Cool. All right, well, I got 2 hours and 115 miles to go. Tag you or text you when I get to the hotel. Talk to you. Ah. Well, like I said while I was on the phone there, at least the rest of this drive is not interstate. It's relatively nice. I don't know if there's anything to see. Got my hotel booked with a city view, which is kind of cool, I guess. There's a bridge, a pedestrian bridge, in like a whole pedestrian walking area or whatever. It's called the Purple People Bridge. I wonder if that's where the one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people eater is from. And no, he didn't eat purple people. He was a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater because he was purple and he ate people. I don't care what anybody says. You're wrong. About 88 degrees outside. Rolling the window down there. Didn't feel too bad. I don't think I've got any rain for tonight. Let's see. What does the phone say? It says I'm in Grayson. Partly cloudy. Doesn't show any rain. Says the air quality is unhealthy for sensitive groups. Must be some of the smoke or something from the Canadian wildfires. Tomorrow afternoon in Grayson, I got some rain, which means it might actually catch up to me in Newport tomorrow too. Could go back to that podcast, but it was, I don't know. It was kind of boring me. I think I'll find a different one. Auction at the Coop every Monday and Thursday. Dollar General. What do these people do out here? Want to get past me, you better hurry up. Guess you didn't want to go past me. Well, I'm still alive. gonna munch on some pretzels, so I'll mute you. Alright, had a couple bites. I'm already doing 70, dude. It's 55. They give you plenty of time to go around me on the uphills with the truck passing lane. But no, what do? Ride my ass going downhill. We just passed Cow Hollow. Now we're coming up to Sherman Hollow. Right outside the town of Tannery, Kentucky. Definitely seems hazy out there. Like smoky hazy from the Canadian wildfires. I almost think it's kind of bothering my eyes a little bit, even though I've got the outside air turned off. But you can even see there's a haze in the clouds. You can't really see it from the camera, but I can see it. I feel like my camera's crooked. turning left to stay on Route 9. Some pretty aggressive rumble strips. Frequent dense fog through here. Vanceburg is 3 miles, and I didn't catch the other ones. Maysburg and something. Vanceburg. 6-bedroom house, 2-bathroom, 2,800 square feet. Looks like to be on the Ohio River. $200,000. Dang. Like I'm stuck behind an old pokey. I think we got some construction traffic coming up ahead anyways. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. One-lane road. Timed that pretty good, actually. Yeah, I'll have to check out that house in Vanceburg, Kentucky. Multi-family home for sale, 3 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, 4,000 square feet. Looks like an old, it kind of looks like an apartment. Kind of cool. Probably so cheap because cost of living could be cheap, or also because there's no jobs to really support living out here at that price. I theoretically could sell my house, think there's enough equity left over, buy that out in cash, and have no house payment. Don't know why I need a 6-bedroom house. It's not like anybody would want to move out here to try to start a family, maybe. Unless you're already out here. I don't know. Definitely hazy outside though. It definitely feels smoky. Enervise. Okay. That's right, I was going to go back to a podcast. The most important questions of our time. George Mack on the Modern Wisdom podcast. All right. It's an hour and a half, and we've got an hour and a half.